hope you guys are doing well. Do you even remember what my face looks like? I feel like it's been a really long time since I showed my face on this channel, and there are reasons for that, which I'll give you a brief explanation for. But I thought that it was time that we reconnect face to face and that we do a live so that I can uh, engage with you guys because I've missed you a huge amount. I hope that you're doing so well. Happy Virgo season, happy eclipse season. I hope that you guys are feeling the energies in an exciting or positive way. What's up, Josephine? Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. So, yeah, I'll just I'm gonna cleanse and ground because the energy is a lot right now. I'm just gonna kind of do my best. This isn't gonna be the longest all signs because I'm just gonna try to. I don't have like the energy that I always have tonight. I'm bleeding and just also the energies have been a huge have been a lot, but I did really want to connect today and felt super guided. So here I am, and here you are, and I'm so excited to hang out with you guys. So yeah, feel free to say hi. Let me know how you've been feeling the energies the last little bit. How did you guys find that Virgo new moon, the first one of two? I thought that it was pretty chaotic, but kind of like a fire under our asses to get us, I guess, hype for eclipse season. So that's one way to do it. We might as well get used to the changes and the twists and turns now, right? But yeah, essentially the last little while, the reason why all of the readings have been like from the overhead view and with my hands and stuff, I realized that I don't think I've ever actually explained this on the channel, so I thought that I would get better at being a little bit more open. Sometimes I just forget to share my reasons for things, but essentially at times when I am doing my own personal, like really deep shadow work, I feel super insecure, honestly, because I feel there's a level of feeling very exposed when you're deep in your own shadow work, because you are in your shadow, right? And your shadow is you digging into your unconscious and, you know, trying to integrate parts of yourself that maybe you haven't historically been able to express in a healthy way because you weren't aware of them. You weren't aware of these things, right? So there is an element of feeling extremely vulnerable and exposed, and being like a highly Plutonian person and also very Piscean, there's a big element of me that really likes to like be completely private when I'm going through those things. And so that's essentially the reason why, is that sometimes I don't feel like I am comfortable putting like my face on the screen if I'm like really deep digging into myself in certain ways, because it's like an insecurity thing. Not that I am insecure, but just like the shadow work process, again, it's like it goes deep, and it like strips you right down, right? It's like the equivalent of walking naked down the street, essentially. So if ever you guys see me and I'm like, it also comes through sometimes as me like fidgeting a lot if I am on screen. So if you notice me like playing with my hair or just being very, I mean, I'm a Gemini moon, I move around and fidget a lot naturally, but sometimes it's that, honestly. So if you notice that, you can probably just assume that I'm going the fuck through it with my own shadow, but I'm doing my best to show up for you guys regardless. So please bear with me, because I am but a human, and I do have my moments, but I still want to show up for you guys in those moments. So I thought I would just explain so that we both have a better understanding, or maybe just a more open connection as to like what's happening when that happens. Anyways, I'm just gonna take some cedarwood oil, which is very, very grounding and also just smells orgasmic, to be honest. How are you guys doing? Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for being here. I know it's kind of like last minute, not planned, but I appreciate you being here. Okay. Oh, it smells so good. Okay. It's just like the smell of fresh forest, instantly rooted and grounded in. I love it. Okay, so, but all that to be said, I will be back again more consistently. This one was, I'm closing out like a 7-year Saturnian cycle that has been very fucking heavy. Like Saturn cycles are usually heavy, but this was like a lot of trauma and abuse within this cycle that I've been working through. So there's a lot of like triggering surrounding tracing back to those core wounds and kind of like completing this cycle and closing it out. So it's felt like a lot. And Spirit kind of like forced me to sit my ass down and just rest for a while because my Capricorn, Mars, and stellium was like, it's just always like, no days off, woo, 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 woo. And it's just like, bitch, we need days off. We need days off. Otherwise, burnout's gonna be a thing. So anyways, if you know, you know. If you're a Capricorn or Capricorn Mars, then you know. What's up, Rach? So, but yeah, that's in general just like a little update with me. I think I'm gonna go live maybe this week or this weekend probably, and just like shoot the shit with you guys, maybe like have a glass of wine or smoke a joint or something with you and just like actually tell you what the fuck's been going on with me the last little while. Because I feel like in typical Lisa fashion, I've kind of left you in the dark, and I am sorry for that. I'm sorry. Just know it wasn't personal. It's me, it's not you. But for real though, not like when the douchebag dude tells you that. I actually mean it, okay? So what we are going to look at, I'm going to try to make this like not the longest, but we always know what happens when I say that, so we'll see what fucking happens. But I'm basically just gonna look at the energetic landscape, or like maybe a specific experience or situation you're dealing with right now, or what's going on around you, and then how you are handling that, or the energy that you're embodying or showing up in, and then what you are aligning with or what is coming in soon, and some advice. So it's gonna be pretty short and sweet. We're just gonna see what Spirit wants to bring through, what your higher self wants to bring through, what the cards want to bring through, and we're just gonna fucking vibe because you're my peoples. You're my homies, and I've missed you a large degree. And Spirit's also been pushing me to be like, you need to just show up and be yourself. And I'm like, but that's terrifying. And Spirit's like, yes, it is. And that's why we're gonna be on your ass to do it until you just learn how to do it. And they basically told me that they want me to film every video I do with me on camera to like force myself to get just exposure. So I guess we're going all in. So you'll be seeing more of my face. I hope that that's okay with you guys. But Venus in Capricorn and Descendant is bad enough. Yeah. Oh man, Capricorn moons have it the worst though. I feel so bad for Capricorn moons. I am taking care of myself for the most part. I'm doing my best. Sometimes I forget I have physical needs because I have a lot of mutable energy. Once again, if you know, you know. But we're gonna get started with Aries. And so, yeah, we'll go all the way through to Pisces in order. And what else do I want to say? There will be timestamps when the reading is done because I can't obviously put them up while I'm live. So there will be timestamps in the pinned comment down below as well as in the info box for you. There's also other information in the info box like how to book me for a private reading. My Etsy store is on vacation right now because of all of the previously mentioned things that I've been going through, but it should be open again soon. So if you're interested in getting a reading, that's available. How to find me on socials, how to join our Discord server if you want to become more of an active part of the community and meet some really cool people, then that is there for you at your disposal. But if you are here during the reading, then you will be able to see which sign we're on by these little gifs in the top right hand corner. So just take a look up there if you want to know where we're at. Okay, so let's get down to business. After I take a little drink. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna set an intention quickly here, just out loud. You guys can also, if you feel like you want to, I find that it's really helpful if you just, before you consume this kind of content where the messages you kind of have to discern what's for you and what's not, it's really helpful, at least for me, to just kind of take some deep breaths, ground into my body, be in the present moment, and then set your own intention. If there's something maybe that you're wondering about or a situation that has been on your mind heavily or has been causing you anxiety or something like that, you can always throw in a little request to your guides or telepathically, you know, shoot it to your girl, and I'll see what I can do for you. But yeah, just take some deep breaths if you want. Just be in your body. Be in the present moment. What's up, soft soul? Sam Marine. Hi, love. I love you too. So I'm just going to set the intention that we connect in this safe, loving container. And that just the most helpful and supportive messages rooted in love and truth come through, that I am able to deliver them gracefully and clearly and directly for you guys. And also I just ask that we connect to any angels, ancestors, spirit guides, higher selves that want to come through, that are in an energy of unconditional love and in perfect comfort and alignment with everyone's highest and best good. So just invite love into the space and just breathe it into the heart. Breathe through the heart. So let's tune into Aries energy. What does Aries need to know about the current situation or vibes in their life? Spirit, Aries. Okay. Also keep in mind that I forgot to say this at the very beginning, but I don't read for a particular placement. Also, I don't read for like Western or Vedic specifically. It's just if you feel that you resonate with a specific energy that you have anywhere in your chart, just trust your own intuition and go there. You can check more than one placement. You can check your sun, moon, rising, Venus, or if there's an important transit that's lighting up your chart or impacting you, you can check that placement. So feel free to do you and trust your intuition above everything. Okay. What's going on, Aries? What's going on, boo? Let's see. This is interesting looking. Yeah. I think that's all I have to say. So check whatever placements you feel called to. And if the message doesn't resonate, that's okay. It's a general message, so it can't always resonate. The intention for me is just that it will, the message that's needed most by the collective will come through for that group. So if it's not yours, just feel free to check other energies in your chart, or I'll hit you next time, okay? Okay. Let's just get one oracle card. Tell me more about what Aries is aligning with in the near future. It's like, I can't tell you how good it feels just to be in the presence of your lovely people's energy. Like, honestly. It feels so, like, soothing to my soul. Why did I know that card was going to come out? I pulled this card for myself literally yesterday, and I had it on my, that's so crazy. So I knew that I was going to use this deck for this reading, and one card was taken out of it because I pulled it for myself yesterday, and I had it on my, like, on my table, on my altar. And I was like, should I put this card back in for this reading? I was like, yeah, why not? We'll have a full deck, and that is the one card that just came out for you guys. Okay. Coincidence? I think not. My Aries Venus and Jupiter is speaking up here, I guess. Let me timestamp for you, and then we'll get into this. Oh. Okay. So Aries. Hi, Aries. I hope you guys are doing just the best. So let's get into your reading and just see what wants to be highlighted, okay? So this is not like your overall life. This is probably just like one situation that you're dealing with, so keep that in mind as well, okay? So the overall energetic landscape for you currently is coming through as the Four of Swords in reverse. And then your energy that you're embodying surrounding that specifically is the King of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. So whatever this is, I think that it has to do with a tangible situation, like an opportunity that you might be taking or that might be available to you. You could be still deciding if you're going to do something. In the energetic landscape, the Four of Swords in reverse, the Four of Swords in the upright, it usually talks about having peace of mind, like being almost in a state of rest or meditative energy where your mind is quiet, it's at peace. You know what your truth is, you know how you feel about things. The Four of Swords obviously comes after the Three of Swords. And the Three of Swords talks about how we think about and relate to pain mentally. So that then kind of determines how we experience that pain, right? Because how you perceive something will be your experience of it, or that will determine your experience of it. So this is coming out of that, like kind of processing some sort of heartbreak or pain. And then the Four of Swords is kind of where you're taking a breather. You're like, okay, we processed that, we integrated that, we're gonna rest. And my mind is now a little bit at peace after that. So with the Four of Swords in reverse, usually for me, it talks about a racing mind or an unquiet mind. And it can talk about something maybe that caused you pain in the past that you haven't quite fully like worked through or reconciled, I guess, just yet. You're not totally in a state of peace with that. So it's almost like not having found a clear balance point where you feel regulated and tempered around something specifically, but it's yeah, it's generally about something that has been hurt in the past. And it could just be that you're coming out of a phase where, you know, you were working through something a little bit gnarly or painful, and your anxiety or kind of like unquiet mind could not be still directly related to that. It just could be that you're kind of like, you haven't really come down from that experience yet, you know? So this could kind of come through as even like a generalized sort of anxiety. But with the King of Pentacles in reverse, too, um, I'm just getting a feeling of like insecurity and instability. Like, there's a level I feel of instability or uncertainty in your physical surroundings in some way. And that is making you feel a little insecure. I don't feel like it's like you are specifically insecure overall. I just think that, again, there's something in your environment that you are, well, you're engaging with it because this is the energetic landscape and then this is you, right? It's like something hasn't quite been worked through or found a state of um, just, it's not at a baseline of peace and understanding within your own mind, or maybe between you and someone else, or you and a group of people, you and your family, depending on what that situation is. So, can you tell me more about the Four of Swords in reverse for Aries? It's the Three of Wands, the Moon in reverse, and the Seven of Swords in reverse. Yeah. Hmm. Wow. Wow. Hmm. Okay. I feel like you're kind of in an in-between state with something here. Um, so yeah, this is for sure like kind of what I was saying. With the Three of Wands, it's about something that hasn't happened yet. It's something that you're planning or anticipating, but it's still on the horizon. It hasn't actually like taken place just yet. And so there's still like anticipation and potentially anxiety about it because it's not something that it's just like, okay, I've decided and now I'm doing it, right? There is like that pocket in between of waiting for whatever reason. And in that waiting space, there can be rumination of the mind. But specifically with the Moon in reverse and the Seven of Swords in reverse, um, there's a desire to be, um, I want to say real, like real about something with someone. And that I think requires you to maybe you and someone else, or you and a group of people, but for sure you, to be a little bit vulnerable about something, like to share something that maybe had been hidden or unspoken. And I think that for this to come up, this is part of the key to creating more peace and stability in the situation, right? It's like, if there's been unknown elements, which here this is like unknown elements, maybe assumptions made because there are things that weren't known, things that may have just been hidden, or maybe people acted in a strategic way and there was a good reason for that, but that wasn't explained. So then maybe the strategic approach was misunderstood, or maybe it triggered someone or rubbed someone the wrong way, right? So I see this as being like clear communication to share something so that essentially like the way forward can be smooth for everybody involved, and so that there's a level of security that's created, that it just feels more grounded because everyone is on the same page. So everyone knows like, these are my intentions, this is my investment, whatever. But there is some sort of conflict, or there was in the past, maybe this could be what you're revealing, that there may have been some sort of internal conflict surrounding building something with someone or cooperating or collaborating. This could be on a work project, it could be in a relationship, it could be with anything. The Three of Pentacles is like building something with someone that requires you though to at the very least, you're on a team in the Three of Pentacles and you are literally creating something physical together. So it does require you, if you want it to be smooth, to again, like just at the very bare minimum be on the same page with one another, so you know that you're like headed in the same direction. So that you know that if you're planning on painting a bedroom, for instance, with someone, you're not painting the walls green and the other person's painting the walls red, right? You're gonna have a fucking Christmas themed bedroom if that's the case. But behind that is the Empress, Temperance, the Five of Pentacles in reverse, and the Emperor. So there are two very powerful energies here, and these don't have to be like romantic counterparts, but this is two strong personalities, two powerful people. One could be more assertive, one could be more intuitive or receptive, but this is like equals or equal energies, able to show up and kind of bring the same equivalent to the table, even if they're not bringing the same thing to the table, right? So when those two do get on the same page, when the energies between them are balanced and tempered and things are harmonious, they, like the Emperor and the Empress, can build anything, like whatever, you know, they could put the Taj Mahal together, these two. So there's no limit. But there is something here again, like about, I don't know. I feel like maybe in the past there might be concern about like, has there been love lost, or if there was rockiness, or maybe like a sense of something not, like a sense of imbalance or something not being fair or just not working out the way that you or someone or both of you had wanted it to in the past. There's kind of this uncertainty. It's like the recognition of the parts of the equation and the recognition of what's needed to make it work and be successful. Also the recognition that I think that could be super powerful. It's like, you know, all of this, but there is an element where you might be slightly worried, and that may be why you are going to share or just be a little bit more open and cooperative, because you do, it's almost like we need to gain trust, or we need to warm up to each other again, or we need to come in from the cold. Or with the Five of Pentacles in reverse, it could even be like we're starting from scratch with a project that didn't go the way we wanted to, so it's back to the drawing board essentially. I don't see it being like, it's nothing serious, but it's just, it's on your mind, and it may be currently, because it hasn't been totally sorted out, it may be kind of a source of like, you're not feeling totally rooted and stabilized in it yet. So what you're aligning with next, or what's coming in soon for you, is the Page of Pentacles. And then it's this card. This is the one that I was saying that was on my altar before I started the reading. And it says, before completion. I can't read this. Uncertainty, doubt and hesitation, loss of faith, unstable conditions, be extra cautious, and discord. This card talks about like the moment right before something comes together, where you can have that, where those pervasive doubts, or like you've been certain right up to that point, and then you're just about to get what you want, and then like that wave of it's like the final wave of uncertainty, or like last minute doubt and hesitation hits you, or you start like, oh God, do I really have faith and hope in this thing? And again, with unstable conditions, there's this energy of things shifting because something is about to come together. And so it can feel like, what? But you kind of just, it's an energy where you need to breathe, remind yourself of why you've invested what you have, what the goal is. It's an energy of needing to rest and root into yourself, ground, come back to your core, remind yourself of the opportunity and why you want it, whatever your reason is. And then just kind of like talk yourself off that ledge a little bit. It's kind of the energy of when you're on a roller coaster and you're strapped in and it starts going, it's click, 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 and you're like, fuck, but it's like you've already invested so much like you can't get off at that point, or it would be weird if you just like bailed, right? Like you've already put so much in. You're one step away from breaking through something. So it's kind of just needing to essentially be grounded and courageous and clear. But with the Page of Pentacles being what's coming in soon for you, there's an opportunity that is very real. It's practical, it's tangible, it's starting out small, which I think is really positive because it means that it's not going to overwhelm you when you're already kind of like feeling like this, which is totally normal, especially for this energy, right? But I think that this is all coming through as like totally normal, and it looks good. But yeah, you're pulling an opportunity in, or you're starting, it's like this opportunity kind of asks that you come to it with like beginner brain or with an open mind. So I feel like the approach can't be what it was in the past, because again, you're going back to the drawing board. So you wouldn't want to do things the exact same way again, right? Because you would just end up in the same place again. It's like the old cycle that you were in with whatever this was is closing out, and then a new form of it or a new opportunity is coming in. So your advice is judgment in reverse. This is Plutonian energy. I'm getting a few things with this. First of all, don't make it too heavy. Don't take it too serious. Take it like, be serious about it in that you respect it, you honor the experience and what it means to you, but don't like build it up in such a way that you also build up the anxiety around it before something even starts. Or also with judgment in reverse, it can be again about like having that open mind and sort of holding back judgment or criticism, letting something almost like bloom, and then being in the present moment and just trying your best to roll with it and let it sort of reveal itself to you as it comes, so that it's not jarring and super intense. It's kind of like dampening the intensity of the energy. But the last thing with judgment in reverse is also that there may be something that you are being advised to look at that is still unreconciled within you, that will help you like transition and move more smoothly into whatever this opportunity is. So can you tell me more about that judgment in reverse before I let Aries go? You could have Taurus or Scorpio placements in your chart. You don't have to. Good. Or Virgo is here too. About judgment. The Four of Wands in reverse, the Ace of Swords in reverse, the Two of Wands in reverse, the Queen of Swords in reverse, Justice in reverse again. There's something where you're really concerned that whatever didn't work out the way that it was hoped for in the past. I feel like there's something that just didn't go smoothly with this in the past, and that's okay, right? A lot of things in life are kind of trial and error. Most things, actually. It's kind of the human experience. But I'm seeing that like it's like you're scared that you don't want to hurt someone or do something, I don't want to say wrong, because you can't, it's like if there's been pain in this situation, you don't want there to be more pain. You want there to be balance and peace. You don't want to have to cut something out again. You don't want to have the same results you had before. And I think that fear, at this point in time, there's a part of you that's not fully decided and all in. Like you haven't fully picked this path yet because you still have that level of disquiet in your mind and feeling kind of unstable and ungrounded within yourself. And they're saying that you might be telling yourself like, I'm picking this path, but it's kind of like you haven't fully yet. There's a bit of an illusion there. And it's just because there's something you kind of need to reconcile and fully lay to rest, like fully complete the past cycle, so that you don't carry any of that energy into this thing's new form. You don't want it to be marred by the past. You want it to be fresh. You want to take a fresh approach. You're scared that you're not going to be happy, or that something's not going to work out. And I think that's normal when you're investing in something, especially if it's a relationship, especially if you're giving a relationship another shot and you genuinely care about the person and things haven't been the smoothest. There can be fear, like I want to try again, but I don't want to cause them more pain or myself more pain. And that's responsible, Aries. It just means that you're a good person, that you're thinking about that. If you weren't, I'd be concerned. But the Page of Swords and the Six of Pentacles, you know that there's a curiosity, and you know that you want there to be balance and equality here, reciprocity that maybe wasn't present in the past. So it's just kind of like, you might not be completely ready to just like balls to the wall, take that leap off the cliff, and you don't have to. This might be something that's currently in a state of transformation, and just, again, like, be present with that process and let it unfold as it will. I think that is slow and steady. You don't have to make it heavier or more intense than it is, right? So just take it easy. And I think that you're going to be fine. But yeah, if there is some like uncertainty, some hesitation, maybe not having like a ton of hope or faith, or feeling like things are a little unstable, it's just because one thing is closing out or being laid to rest within the energy. And once you break past that, that energy will disperse. And then you'll be more in the fresh energy, and you won't be feeling that. You'll have more peace, and there will be more of a practical groundedness to the situation as well. I'm seeing that happen once you and a group of people, someone that you're working with or someone that you have a relationship with, once you communicate and just, again, like, get on the same page, like, what is our approach going to be? What are we working towards? What are your intentions? What are my intentions? It doesn't really need to be super complicated, but just enough to like know that you're calibrated and moving at the same speed in the same direction. So that's what I see for you. Okay, Aries? But it looks beautiful, honestly. And like I said, all of those energies, they're normal. They're so normal. So don't be hard on yourself about that. Just give yourself rest, let yourself go slow, even though sometimes that's not Aries' preferred pace. Kelbell, didn't have to cook dinner tonight? I'll be your dessert. What's up? I'm glad that you're here. Okay, I love you, Aries, so much. We're gonna move on to Taurus. Okay, let's see. What's going on? Oh. Okay. Have a little tea. All right, let us tune into Taurian's energy now. Taurian's energy. What does Taurus need to know about their current circumstances or surrounding environment and energies? sun is setting right now, and we have this like crabapple tree, this huge crabapple tree in my backyard, and it's just like in the sunset, and it's so pretty. I'm just like soaking up every last minute of summer because in Canada, it doesn't last long, and then winter comes and takes like fucking 7 months of the year, like a motherfucker. So you gotta really soak it up, you know, while you got it here. Oh gosh. Okay, show me Taurus. Wow. I did not put my phone on silent, apparently. Oh gosh, I definitely can't open that text right now for reasons. Don't look at me like that. You know I'm a Scorpio ass bitch. You know. If you know, you know. Alright, let's see. So fucking tempted to look though. So tempted. Alright. God. I can be so cringe, but I love it, low-key. Not really. I'm just a Scorpio rising, and I'm like, I share everything. Like, nothing is taboo. Nothing is off limits to me. I'm like, yeah, I just received a dick pic, most likely. What of it? Okay, so spiritual cleansing. Spirit. Okay. So, Taurus. It's still in the hundreds. What is that in Celsius? What is that in Celsius? Okay. Okay, let's see. Let me just say something real quick. Okay. Timestamp. Hi, Taurus. How are you beautiful people doing? What's good? Tell me things are good for you. We need some good news. So let's take a look at the situation that wants to be highlighted for you. Okay. So the overall energetic landscape is coming through as the mastery of coins, which is the king of coins in reverse. It's interesting because Aries had this in the energy that they're in. So maybe you're dealing with an Aries, or maybe you have Aries in your chart as well. But you are coming through in the energy of the king of wands. Sexy times. Okay. Well, let's clarify this king of coins first. There's a lot of people. There's like three of the cards out of 4 are court cards. Tell me about this king of coins in reverse. Why is that the situation, or what's surrounding Taurus? The 10 of Swords. Alrighty. Well, okay, good. I'm hearing that song that's like, take a chance on me. I don't know what, that's the only words that I can think of that song, but I just heard that. Take a chance on me. Okay, well, This would be questionable at best if it weren't for the clarity at the bottom of the deck. I feel like there's been a stressful situation, to say the least. It's interesting. I was thinking about the Ten of Swords the other day, and just different ways of like expressing the interpretation of it so that it's not always like there's been a massive betrayal and deception and like someone murdered your dog. It's like, okay, it's not that, it's not always that crazy. But with the Ten of Swords, it talks about something that brings you to the end of yourself mentally. So it comes after the Nine of Swords, which talks about there being a lot of like anxiety and stress surrounding something. And then the Ten of Swords is kind of like you reach your breaking point, right? So something, essentially with the Ten of Swords, it's like there's enough of a strain on you mentally over something that it fundamentally shifts the way that you perceive or think about something. It could change your philosophy, it could change the way you think about a specific person or situation, but that's essentially what the Ten of Swords represents. And so usually things that push us to that point, usually it is something that is painful in some sort of way, which is why people usually say like deception, betrayal, abandonment, rejection, because those are usually the things that kind of like make us feel some type of way as humans, right? So in your surroundings, there's a little bit of like an insecurity because of something that has been highly strenuous in the past, or historically speaking, is what I'm seeing. However, I see you acknowledging it and approaching it like an absolute boss because you're in this King of Wands energy. And at the bottom of the deck also, there's the Hermit, which is, it's Virgo energy. But behind that is the Queen of Cups, the Four of Coins in reverse. Yeah, that's the most important part of that. But it's telling me that this is something, it's not super fresh. It's more like a residual energy of something that was stressful. So you're not like at the apex of this breaking point still, but there's like the residue, or maybe something that hasn't fully been resolved, integrated, or healed, or even like forgiven, that's still kind of in the energy around you. But I feel like you've taken time out, or to yourself, or maybe space from something to essentially come back to yourself and tune into how you feel about the situation, regardless of what may have happened in the past. And you're saying that a deep part of you knows and is at peace with the fact that there's unconditional love here. There is like very, very deep emotion here for whatever this is. And so with the Four of Coins in reverse, this is like you're working to let that go. You're working to clear out the residue of whatever is left here. But that's a conscious choice that you are making. And I'm seeing it. That's really interesting because the Four of Swords in reverse is here at the top of the deck with the Two of Coins in reverse. This was the energy in Aries landscape. You really might want to watch Aries reading. It could be connected for those two to be in the same spots, but you are actively making the choice to not be in your head over something. So you're doing whatever you need to do to bring love into the situation. It's like the love is already there. You're not like having to like create love in the situation to like eclipse the pain. It's more like you are making the conscious choice to focus on the love instead of something that has hurt in the past in order to like move beyond it, right? So you're essentially saying like I've made up my mind that I want to forgive, or I want to heal, I want to move beyond this. And you're coming through in a very empowered energy with that. With this King of Wands. It's looking like a real baddie. I'm gonna show you up close. They know, like, they look like they know what the fuck they're doing, right? And they're confident. So I feel like there may have been some emotional confusion surrounding this, but as you move forwards, that's going to clear more and more. That it's because you're consciously making the choice to kind of like release things that are still clinging to this situation. Okay. So what you are aligning with, or what is coming in soon, is the Five of Swords in reverse. And it came out with this card, Spiritual Cleansing, which is a number 50. So they're both number 5, technically, if you break that down. So there could be something about fives, like 5 of Swords and then 50. So maybe something is in a state of flux. Something's changing or shifting right now. I feel like it's energetic with this spiritual cleansing card. This is like the crown chakra, but it can just represent like energy, not tangible, like more spiritual energy, I guess. But with the Five Swords in reverse, I really like that. I feel like it's coming through as like what you see is what you get. I'm not playing games here. I'm not making you read between the lines. I'm not making you guess. I'm not playing mental head games. I'm just being really clear. So I feel like there's kind of like a straight shooter energy here. And it's allowing for this, like, look at all that, how it's all purple. This is what is being cleansed out. And it's this specific approach of like, no, I'm going to face this head on. And that doesn't mean it has to be intense. It just means like, I'm going to be conscious about being very like clear and direct in how I approach this, in order to really make sure that I flush out any like extra energy that I don't want to be here anymore, so that I know that I can acknowledge it, or everyone in the situation can acknowledge it clearly, so that we don't miss anything. Essentially, it's like a clear sweep. And in order to do that, you might have to have just have a conversation about it, clear some things up. Maybe if there was something that was triggering, or something that maybe caused a situation to be a little strenuous in the past, then maybe that's a conversation. Yeah, it's like you're bringing it to light with the sun. You and someone else are bringing this to light. You're speaking about it just to like shine a light on it. Because when you do that, it's like, it's not as scary, right? When you shine a light on something, then it allows you to close it out completely. So you know there's no loose strands that are going to like pop up later and cause issues again, essentially. So I'm seeing you take a very direct approach to whatever this is, and I think that's really positive. That's coming in the near future. So because of that, there is something that's going to be able to close out. Oh, this is so beautiful, Taurus. Look. Behind the World is the Ace of Wands. So this fresh influx of brand new energy comes in to replace this like heavier cycle. And it's more soul-based energy. It's coming from your heart and soul, this energy that's coming in. Whereas I see that whatever got in the way previously was very mental with the 10 of Swords and the 5 of Swords. There was just a lot happening, like, so it could have just been overthinking, maybe like assumptions or miscommunication, or just a lack of communication, something like that. But I'm seeing that you're not taking any chances on it this time around. You're like, nope, we're gonna address that, we're just gonna get it over with. It doesn't have to be a big thing, but you're saying it's coming in. So I think that you're going to have this communication, or there's going to be a soothing, a reassuring, it kind of feels like a relief, a conversation that just, it's like, we can breathe. That's dealt with. That energy is in the past, and now like, that's essentially, we put a final nail in the coffin of that, and we can move forwards in a peaceful place with a fresh slate. So your advice is the Nurturer of Swords. So this is the Queen of Swords. The Ten of Cups is at the bottom of the deck, and the Five of Coins in reverse. Yeah. There's still an element of like of ongoing healing with whatever this is, and it's just a process that's taking place, right? So it's almost like when you cleanse out or release whatever this past cycle was, then there could be an element of, it could be like regaining trust back or getting to know someone better, like putting something in place where it's like, okay, I'm making sure that we really communicate if that was a problem before, or that I listen before I speak if I wasn't really like hearing what the other person was saying before. The Queen of Swords is someone who is very discerning, but she also is very respectful. Like she listens so that she can speak intelligently, so that she's actually bringing something to the conversation. She's not just waiting for someone else to stop talking so that she gets to talk again. You know what I mean? She's engaged and she's present. This could have to do for a lot of you with a relationship that you're just trying to heal in some sort of way, with the Five of Pentacles in reverse. But let's just clarify the Queen of Swords a little bit more before I let you go. Anything else about that advice for Taurus? But she is someone who is clear and direct, concise. She doesn't say more than she needs to say, but she makes sure that she says what needs to be said, and she says it clearly. She knows her own personal truth and experience as well, and she's not ashamed or triggered by it, and she can share that without being defensive. So she can share her truth but still hold space for someone else's truth as well, right? So if two people experienced the same situation, both of them would have had, like, there's two sides to every story, and the Queen of Swords is someone who can hold space for that because she's wise, and she can differentiate. She can like keep the two separate, and she can take all elements of an experience into consideration while still staying rooted in her own personal truth. So that's kind of what your advice is. Anything else though about that? No, I don't think so. There's something that you're moving ahead on. I see like movement taking place. You're not waiting. Something is, maybe this is something that, yeah, the Hermit was at the bottom of the deck. It's something that you've sat on for a while. You've already taken your time to process. So it's like now you do have your truth. You are stabilized in that. Once you have this clarifying or cleansing kind of conversation where everything is just kind of on the table and you know what you're working with, then you can move forwards. The Three of Wands in reverse. And I see you being like more open and compassionate and tender. And I think that that is needed for the situation because of where you're coming from. So I see you approaching this with a little bit more heart, maybe. You're still taking your head with you, but there's more heart and soul in the approach. And I think that that is to soften what's phasing out a little bit. Okay. That's what I see for you, Taurus. Okay, we're gonna move on to Gemini. I love you. Love you, love you. Okay. Nurturer of Swords is the coolest name for the Queen of Swords. Yeah, I know. I like it. I forget what this deck is called. I'm really bad at remembering. Well, it doesn't help that I have like a lot of decks. I can't remember what that one's called, but I do really like it. I also really like that for the feminine suits in that deck, the kings are females, and for the masculine suits, the kings are males. So it's like they kind of, I don't know, it's cool how their interpretation of it is cool. I like it. I like it. Okay. Geminis. Gems. Gems. Where are my Gemini homies at? Come through, Gemini gang. What's up? What's up, Rochelle? You can always count on a Gemini to speak up when you shout out. You know that they're gonna, oh, look, it's you. Hold on. This is one of my favorite lovers cards in any deck. I have to show you because it's your card, just in case it doesn't come out. Isn't that like the fucking best thing ever? I just love that, like, it's like a little angel. They're both like beasts of their own sort, but it's like written in the stars, and it's kind of like perfect counterparts, but very opposite but complementary, you know, kind of like the shadow and the light balancing each other out. It's like this kind of big rough sort of like devil making out with this little angel. I just seriously love this lovers card so much. Okay, so what do we have for Gemini? What's going on for my Geminis? What do they need to know? One more. No, that's two. Okay. Yeah. Oh, is that the Eagles? Yes, it is. I'm hearing that song that's like, is it just called Take It Easy? I'm pretty sure it's just called Take It Easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own. What does it say? Don't let the sound of your own something drive you crazy. I can't remember the exact lyrics. You guys might want to listen to that song. I don't know why that's coming through. Well, I do, actually. Why am I saying that? I do, because I see the story unfolding, so I'll tell you how that... As soon as that came out of my mouth, I was like, that was a bold-faced lie. I definitely know exactly why that's coming through. Okay. Get an oracle card for Gemini. God, that was aggressive. Okay. Nice. I like that. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Gemini. How's it going, my loves? I hope you're doing so well. I hope you're kicking ass and taking names, and I'm positive that you are, because when are you not? Let's be honest here. So let's look at your surrounding situation and what is going on for you, beautiful people. So There's Leo energy here that I am seeing. I also feel Aries as well. Even though I don't see it, I feel it very heavily. Um, okay. Yeah, sorry, just let me move my legs because they are cramping. So the energetic landscape for you is coming through as strength. And your energy that you are embodying or how you are approaching the situation currently is the Nine of Swords. I think this is the card that is the signifier. Like it's Sun in Gemini, I'm pretty sure. The Nine of Swords. And if you're a Gemini, then you know. You know. It's, yeah. We love that the Nine of Swords can sometimes be our baseline. Okay. I'm not getting it as being super bad though. I'm just feeling like you are thinking many, many things at once about a specific situation, but it's because the situation holds a lot of weight. Like it matters, essentially. It matters. Okay, so let me tell you why that song was coming through. So at the bottom of the deck, there's the Five of Pentacles, Knight of Wands in reverse, Knight of Swords in reverse, Six of Swords in reverse, and then the Knight of Pentacles and Justice, okay? I know that's a lot. I'm going to break it down for you, don't worry. So I feel that the reason why there is maybe a little bit of a hyper focus on the situation, or maybe you're thinking, I mean, Gemini is mutable air, right? So oftentimes we have like kaleidoscopic thinking or prismatic thinking where we kind of like see things, like think of how when light goes through a prism, right? It's like we see every shade, we see things from every angle and vantage point in our minds. And that's a lot of the time how Geminis like process things. We look at like every possible outcome and then we find out where we land, like what resonates most with us within those options as our own personal truth. So there's a situation where there has been like maybe some loss or lack, or it's just felt, it's coming through as just like, it's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. And I'm just seeing like just something has been a little bit of like a struggle bus situation. But I'm feeling like it's because there's been slightly like chaotic vibes attached to this. This could represent you and someone else. This is Gemini energy. It could be you and someone with fire strongly in their chart, but it doesn't have to be. This could also just be one person too. But the Knight of Swords is someone who feels like they don't have clear answers surrounding something, or they don't have like all the details to make an informed choice that they feel super confident about. And the Knight of Wands in reverse is someone whose energy is a little bit like a little spastic, a little bit erratic, a little bit, it can be kind of unreliable, but it's kind of someone who's, again, it's like they don't have a clear direction. They're pulled in many directions, and they might have a lot of desire, passion, or inspiration, but they haven't really like streamlined it or found a way to like, okay, how am I going to prioritize so that I know what I have enough energy, time, passion, and resources to give to, so that I don't get overwhelmed, and then I can kind of like put those things in order and approach them with that passionate energy and creative energy from more of a stable place, so that I can still be consistent even though I have this like fiery, spicy, independent kind of energy. Whatever those energies were in the past, they were the cause of something like not being able to really move forwards. Specifically, the way that you were thinking about a situation, or the way that maybe you and someone else were thinking about a situation. I'm seeing there being a lot of like fuckery of the mind that you just couldn't like get past. And I think it's because there's this ungrounded energy, or there was a lot of like unknown. It also could have just been that you were worn down energetically. Something was like a bit of a grind, whatever this was. And after like working on it for a while, you were just like, I honestly don't even know what side is up anymore. You know, like you kind of like lose the plot at a certain point, and then the fact that you are also like getting more exhausted doesn't help things. But what Spirit is saying here with the Knight of Pentacles and Justice, take it easy. The key to this situation is moderation and not rushing the energy. So if this is a kind of an erratic energy, or if maybe you have two people that have like a lot of energy, maybe a lot of mutable energy, it's just giving that time to settle, or giving it time to essentially like taking a more grounded, practical, and it's more of like a reasonable approach rather than being like, okay, we're all in, like we have to go, like again, like we have to go full-fledged in on something. It's more like, okay, what is the goal, and then what is one small step that we can take towards that today. And Spirit's kind of saying like, if you just take it one step at a time and you let this bloom kind of in its own, you don't rush it, you just kind of move with the natural flow of energy, that's where the balance is, and that's where you'll get everything that you want with that Justice energy. So it's just it's a different approach from this and these kind of like more erratic or maybe ungrounded, unclear, tired or unmotivated, or again, like unprioritized, unorganized energies. That's what wasn't really allowing you to find a clear and confident approach forwards. So you weren't really able to expand your mind around something. So take it easy is kind of the best approach. But with Strength, it's something where this situation is teaching you a lot about yourself. That could be why you felt a little thrown off by it. You know, sometimes it's this way for a lot of things, but like, let's say you're in a relationship with someone and they reflect a lot of you back at you, right? That's awesome because it gives you an opportunity to evolve and grow, and you can integrate and become a much more aware and stronger person, like better and more successful, more holistic and strong and integrated and empowered overall. But also sometimes that's not comfortable. Sometimes like having someone show you stuff that you aren't fully aware of about yourself can be like kind of like can make you feel kind of vulnerable or a little bit like on, I don't know, like on display. So it can be a little bit stressful sometimes, right? Especially if it's like extended, or if this is like a project. Maybe it's something that is new for you, like you're trying something for the first time, or you're learning a new skill. Again, it's kind of one of those things where you're learning a lot about yourself through the process, but there's moments of like discomfort within that as well. So yeah, there's a little bit of anxiety about it, but overall it's the part of you that it's strengthening is like your core values, beliefs. And with Leo, it's like from the heart. It's like the hill that you would die on, because it's a heart-based conviction, right? It's like, this is like, I'm gonna go out with my picket sign and be like, you know, whatever the cause is. But it's something that you would fight for, and it's something that holds deep meaning and value for you, not on a superficial level. So that's why there's weight surrounding this, right? But it doesn't need to feel heavy. So what is coming in soon, or what you're aligning with next, is the Seven of Cups in reverse, which is awesome because this is essentially clarity and knowing like which way to go. If you have like many directions, or again, many different truths or ways of approaching something that you're kind of like processing through mentally, this is not being confused about that. This is kind of knowing, okay, this is how I feel. This is the truth or the path that resonates with me. And maybe I've also like talked it through with someone else so that we are in agreement, or we're both like, we both feel the same way, and we know that we're calibrated. This is like having emotional clarity and knowing, having resolve and internal peace about the direction you're moving in. And it's clarified by these two cards, Dawn and Meadow, new beginnings and vulnerability. So yeah, I mentioned vulnerability and just how opening up to a new process, or specifically situations that, again, that show you things about yourself or where you're learning a lot, you can feel kind of vulnerable because it's not like your strongest. It's not the thing that you already know about. It's not the thing that you've done 1,000 times and you're a pro at, right? So there's like a level of discomfort, but there's a clear new beginning that's coming in, and it, with the Dawn card, it feels like light, bright, hopeful energy coming up on the horizon. So it feels really positive, especially with all of these like sunflowers and things in this open meadow. It feels like something's open and spacious, something is clear and in the light. There's not confusion. There's not the need to like wonder. So when you're clear, or when there's communication, or you know that you're on the same page, or you like determine the goal or whatever, right? The direction, the trajectory, then you don't have to wonder because you know. So it's like, okay, we've got the plan in place. Now we can just take steps towards it, and we don't have to be in our head about that causing extra, like, just in a way that's not necessary, that can cause complication. So that's coming in the near future, which is beautiful. For some of you, you're getting like a DM, because I'm just seeing like this. Some of you, you're getting a DM from someone about a new beginning, even if it's from like, I don't know, a family member, an employer. It's coming through as a little bit more personal than that, though, with like the emotional element and the vulnerability. But someone could be like being a little bit more open with you than they have in the past, like a little more forthcoming or cooperative maybe, and that's helping things run more smoothly. But your advice is the Seven of Pentacles. You have 2 sevens here, so that could be significant for you. But the Seven of Pentacles is that take it easy vibe. This is about, there's a clear investment. I know that I'm building something with someone else. I know that I'm showing up, and just kind of, this is kind of a card of like the long game. I'm playing the long game. So it's like I have the clarity, how I feel and what I think, and like the track that I'm on or what I'm headed towards. And then I know why I'm doing it. Like I have my motivation pinned down, and I know it's coming from the heart. Like it's coming from a place that actually holds weight, which is important when you're starting like any endeavor, because that level of conviction and knowing what your motivation is and that it comes from a deeper place, when things do get, if there is like a time where you have to be disciplined or you have to persevere through like more of a struggle or a challenge, that is what fuels you and allows you to keep pushing, right? It reminds you of like why you're doing what you're doing. But with the Seven of Pentacles, it's like just keep on showing up and building the foundation, or keep on showing up and planting the seeds, and the crops will come. It's just one of those things that it's a natural process, and it kind of just takes time. So it can't be rushed. It just needs to be approached with a clear plan. And tempered, balanced approach, moderate approach to it, and it's going to be good. So let's see if there's anything else about that Seven of Pentacles. Any other advice for Gemini? The Ace of Wands. Yeah. There's a message here that's like, there's not the need to like push something towards radical change. I feel like that would actually throw things off balance a little bit. So with death in reverse, it's like, again, this is a natural process. It's not something that you need to like fire in the hole and like throw a grenade in there and like blow it up and then so that it creates a new form and changes the situation. This is like a peaceful process that is natural, like again, like a flower growing after the seed is planted. It's something that can't be rushed. And the death process is like, you might know that something needs to change, but again, spirit is saying just show up with clarity and an openness and bring your energy with the Ace of Wands, your energy, your investment, your time to the table here, and bring like your own personal individual confidence and knowing what you do have to offer. Come confident and grounded in that. So if you're going to stabilize anything, do that so that you can show up and offer essentially like the best of yourself to this project or relationship or whatever it is that is for you here. That's going to be the best approach. It's kind of like slow and steady wins the race, and keep in mind. So even from this place of being like tuned into your own passion, inspiration, and energy, and then taking care of yourself on an individual level with the Nine of Pentacles, it's like making sure that you're doing the things that keep you personally stabilized and good mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, right? So that then you can, again, you can bring the best of yourself to the table, and someone else or whatever else is involved can do the same. But that's where they're saying to put your focus, not to focus so much like on the situation and trying to control or mold it or transform it in some like severe or intense way, but just stay focused on yourself, rooted, grounded. That's going to stabilize you and keep you, again, connected to your conviction and your own personal motivation. So that's going to help you create more of like a grand scale change, more like indirectly and more gently or gracefully, I want to say. Okay. All right, Gemini, I love you. We're moving on to Cancer now. Okay. I can't tell because my screen is really dark, but okay, yeah, the light is still good for you guys. You can still see me. The sun's slowly going down outside. Okay, Cancer, what's up? Your own wheels drive you crazy. Oh, don't let the sound of your own wheels drive you crazy. Yes. Clarifying priorities, holding boundaries, co-regulating slowly but surely. You're welcome. It's a process, right? It's a process. It's also like if it involves someone else, you have to know what's in your control and what's not, right? Like you can't control, you can only control what you bring to the table, and contribute to the overall energy, but you alone, if you're just part of the equation, you can't control what is actually like the energy of the project or the relationship overall. You can just control your part of it, and you also can't control like the other person. So yeah, it's just focus on your energy, and I see it being positive. Positive. Cancer risings. Show me what's going on for Cancer. my Cancerians. Oh, my lips are so dry, but it's like I just put stuff on them, so why are you dry again right now? I'll put some glossier stuff on them because maybe that will help. Maybe I just need to drink some water, hydrate a little bit. Let's see. Okay. Tell me what's going on for Cancers. Wow. It doesn't feel right the way those fell out. Okay, that's better. The fuck. By the way, God bless Jupiter for being in Cancer. Jupiter in Gemini was altogether too much. It was just too much. And I love Gemini. I love me some Gemini energy. But never, never again, Jupiter. Please don't ever do that to me again. I've never had more generalized anxiety in my fucking life. Okay, so we need to not do that. God bless Jupiter being in like basically a big bear hug of a water sign. Like, yes, thank you. Thank you for gifting me with that, Cancer. Thank you for your energy because that was rough. And I can't imagine going through eclipse season with friggin' Jupiter still in Gemini. It's a no for me, dog. I'm just, no, not fucking feeling it. Okay. Get an oracle card. It's that one. Why? Okay. Okay, let's see. Hi, Cancer. How are my spicy little crabby cakes doing? I love calling you that. I hope that you guys are well, though, for real. Let's take a look at what's going on for you. So, your energetic landscape or the current situation here. Okay. It's coming through as the Five of Cups in reverse, which we like because this represents essentially like the letting go. What's up, Paula? No, it's not the algorithm. I haven't been live in a really long time. It's me, not you, but I'm glad that you're here. Okay. So this essentially is releasing some heavier emotions that maybe you were going through a period of grieving something, or you were just kind of emo, kind of in your feels. Usually with the Five of Cups, there's some sort of like loss or yearning or longing connected to it. So there's some form of grief usually. And even if that loss is like, even if that's a part of you that you're losing, something that you've outgrown in your life, like a phase or a relationship or whatever it is, right? But the energy that you are in is the Four of Swords. So I love it because this is an energy of having peace in your mind, essentially. Being at peace, being at rest with something. So having already like worked through your needing to like perceive and integrate the lesson or the wisdom from the painful situation, or the lesson maybe, right? Like the challenge, or yeah, the grief. So essentially I feel like the worst is behind you. Like the heavy lifting, emotional and processing part is behind you with whatever this is, which is nice. So tell me more about this Five of Cups in reverse. Wow, down everywhere. Aw, okay. This death card is so cute. I love it so much. It's just like not scary and not intimidating at all, because it's just adorable. He's a little guy. He's so cute. Okay, so it's the Knight of Pentacles with death. There was definitely some sort of loss involved, and death is the scorpionic card, and it's like, it doesn't necessarily mean that like you didn't have to have like an actual death. Some of you may have, and if you lost someone or something close to you, then I'm sending you lots of love, and I hope that you're doing okay as you work through that. And obviously it's a process, so just go easy on yourself, I want to say. But with the death process, more oftentimes it doesn't talk about like an actual physical passing of something. It talks about like the death and rebirth process within us or within a specific situation. So it's more like the natural cycle, the circle of life, you know, that kind of thing. So something being born, going through its whole lifespan, being outgrown, passing away. It's like the snake shedding its skin, and then, or the caterpillar turning to the butterfly, whatever way you want to see it. Yeah, so this is a situation or a process that with the Knight of Pentacles, I see you've kind of been moving through slowly but surely, like at a steady pace of processing for probably some time, because the Knight of Pentacles doesn't really do anything fast. And that's not a bad thing, especially when you're working through an intense energy where you're needing to grieve or integrate or purge or release, and you just need to hold space for the process. This is actually kind of like optimal. You could also be dealing with a Scorpio. There's also Aries and Sagittarius here too on the table as well. Okay, so I really like that. That's why you're through the most of it and you're in a peaceful place. Because no matter how heavy or hard this is, you've approached it from a very, I want to say like mature, grounded, and like clear place. So that's good. That's really good. So what you are aligning with, or what is coming in soon for you, is the Eight of Pentacles. And it's clarified by this Oracle card piece, which did come out in reverse. So we're going to clarify that a little bit. Pentacles and peace. In reverse. So I'm noticing that this card is interesting because there's this egg here, and there's also this dove with the olive branch that's flying. So I kind of feel like you within yourself personally, you have peace, or at least some level of it. At least your mind is somewhat at peace, or you're not resisting something. Like the phrase "what you resist persists" is coming through. I see you not resisting, and so then you're able to, again, like even if you're just taking it one bite at a time, one chunk at a time, it's like you're working your way through it slowly but surely. And there is a level of like balance and harmony even as you work through something heavy or painful because of the approach you're taking, which is beautiful. But if this involves somebody else, I feel like maybe an olive branch or like a white flag hasn't been waved between the two of you quite yet. Or maybe like you have peace in one part of the process, but you're still working through reconciling something else. There could be something physical specifically that needs to be built or rebuilt, or it needs to have a solid like investment, time, energy, and effort put into it to like build something, either build something back up that was lost, or rebuild maybe like your, what's the word that I want to use and I can't think of it. Why can I not think of this word? It's essentially like you're standing with somebody. It's a better word than standing, but it's like you might be rebuilding, like clearing things up. It's almost like let's say you have a big blowout fight with your dad or something like that, or your mom, one of your parents. And this would be like you're still kind of walking on eggshells around the house. Like, you know, you're still going to the fridge for ice cream when you know they're not in the kitchen, because you're just like, I don't really want to fucking run into that bitch, you know? Like, I have come to a state of peace within my mind, but maybe like we haven't come together and had the family meeting where everything is all Gucci for the whole system quite yet. But let's clarify that a little bit more. I'm not seeing there being like well, tell me more about peace in reverse. What is that? Before I say too much. It's also, though, that something is in the process of being worked on or built into. So this egg hasn't hatched yet. So that could also be why things are not at peace, quote unquote, just because they haven't actually reached a state of completion. So peace here, like not being in a state of peace, may not necessarily be like something is in a state of discord. It could just be saying that something is still in motion, whereas when the egg is hatched and the thing that you're building is complete, then you'll kind of have that like secure, complete, at peace, hatched like outcome. But that's, you don't have it yet in the near future. There's still work that needs to be put into something. The Five of Swords in reverse. Yeah. The Magician in reverse, the Ten of Wands in reverse, the Ace of Cups in reverse. Yeah. There could have been like a battle of wills here between you and someone, or just the two of you did not see, like, I feel like there's a group or at least two people here where they just didn't see eye to eye surrounding like what they were trying to build, right? So then it's like, you know, you're trying to put something together, or you know you're trying to even have like a state of harmony maybe between you and somebody or in a specific environment, but it could have been one of those situations where everybody wants it to be done their way. And obviously anytime you are working on something in either a relationship or a group, there has to be a level of compromise and flexibility. Otherwise you shouldn't be doing something with a group because you have to be a team player. Like, you can't be in a relationship but be like, but we're doing it my way, blah. Like, you can't dominate a relationship when there are two people in a relationship, right? So whatever this is, I feel like you were trying to bring something together, and maybe both people had views, strong views of how they wanted to do that, and it made things kind of heavy. There could have been like a little bit of a spat, or maybe some things said that were like, I don't know, not really meant, like in the heat of the moment, so to speak. I feel like there maybe wasn't love brought into a situation, and there's been a burden, but I do see you like working through that. It just still requires a little bit more I want to say careful handling, but a little bit more effort put in the near future. But I do see with the Ten of Wands in reverse that that kind of like, if there's been a chasm between you and someone, I see that being healed. It does require a little bit of effort, though, for sure. So the Queen of Wands in reverse is your advice. This is, again, there's an element of taking the, like, knowing when to push or knowing when to say, like, no, I'm pretty positive that my approach at this specific point of the process is the best way to go, or I know that, like, I know more about this than, so it's like knowing when to speak up and be really confident in asserting your place in things, your part in things, right? Because when you're working with a group or in a relationship, like, you have different strengths and weaknesses than one another. That's why the cooperation comes in, because then you learn how to work with one another. You learn, like, how you can bring everyone's strengths to the table, and then you have the best overall outcome for everybody involved. But when everyone's just trying to control the entire thing, then that you don't have a chance for that to happen, right? But with the Queen of Wands in reverse, it also talks about, like, looking at your own personal insecurities and possibly trigger points, or taking someone else's into consideration. So if you know that someone is sensitive around something specific, because of something they've experienced or been hurt by in the past, maybe, or it's just like a sensitive spot, tender spot for them, then this would be like you're being advised to approach with like a level of sensitivity. Yeah, the Three of Cups, so that things can be brought into a positive status, essentially, so that you can reconcile something with someone here and know that it's fair. You're meeting halfway. It's just, and everyone's having their needs met, essentially, and everyone is being heard. So yeah, that's what I see for you, Cancer. That came through really, really clear. I don't feel like I need to clarify that at all, so I'm gonna leave your reading there. But yeah, I do see you, like, getting to the bottom of this, especially if this is around a family thing or a relationship for some of you. The Ten of Cups, I do see, like, there is going to be this state of peace, like a state of harmony that comes into balance, and things are going to be fine. But it just requires a little bit more effort and energy, and again, like, considering somebody else to make sure that you are meeting in the middle from a place of love, and, you know, not in your ego, or not trying to kind of like dominate the situation when there are other people's needs that need to also be considered. So I love you, Cancer. Thanks for hanging out, and I'm moving on to Leo now. Okay. Leo. You brought the love, they brought ice. Sometimes it's like that, right? But sometimes it's like, I don't know. Most things, I think, can be solved by just, like, taking a second to breathe and soften into your heart and genuinely try to put yourself in someone else's shoes, so that you're out of, like, the echo chamber of your own mind, and you're out of your ego, and you can see things through the eyes of the heart. Because once you kind of, like, put yourself in someone else's shoes and you try to see, like, well, where could they possibly be coming from, a lot of the time that one simple act of grounding your energy and exercising a level of humility, I guess, and patience with someone, it can solve, like, 90% of issues, I feel like. And oftentimes people's egos, just, things get complicated, or they snowball, or they become heavier than they need to be. So yeah, that's also something for advice with the Queen of Wands in reverse, right? Yeah, here. Hi, bestie. I know, I didn't expect to go live today either, but I felt like intuitively it would actually help me ground and integrate my energy, and it totally is. It's like the second that I tuned into the collective, it was like, like relief. I needed to get out of the echo chamber of my own mind. So thank you all for, as always, helping me. You help me so much. You have no idea. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. How are you guys doing out there? How are you doing out there in the interwebs? Leo, yay self-care. 5:30 a.m. I did not sleep last night. Like, not a single second of sleep. That has not happened to me in months. Like, sometimes I'll just have a really energetically charged night, or a lot of downloads will come through to me like the second I turn the lights off. But last night I was just, well, I know why, because there was something that had come up like earlier in the day, or else the day before, I can't even remember when it was, that like pulled something out of me that I was not noticing or expecting. And so then I think like last night it actually, well, you already know, Yair, because you already helped me work through the whole fucking clusterfuck. But yeah, something was coming out of me that I was like, what is this? And it felt overwhelming, and it definitely kept me up all night in a non-fun way, a non-sexy way. So I'm gonna sleep extremely well tonight. Okay. Yeah, maybe the new moon too. It was a one hell of a new, and with that strong Uranus square, like the Uranus squared the new moon itself. So yeah, that's a lot of energy. A lot of energy. Like electric energy. So it definitely could have been that. Okay. What is happening for Leo at this time? What do you want to highlight for Leo? Okay. Good. Wow, what's that? Good. Good. Uranus, your bestie, your best friend. Yeah. No chill, that Uranus dude. No chill whatsoever. Fun person to take to a party though, but not a lot of chill vibes though, no. They'll be doing the keg stands in the kitchen, but not a lot of chill. Okay, clarify what's coming in soon for Leo. Two, okay, I guess you got, oh no, that's three, that's too many. That one. Nice, okay, we love that. Yes. Yas. Okay. I like this. Okay. Sweet dreams. Sleep well. I will talk to you soon. Yeah, for sure. Have a good night. Or morning. Morning nap. Okay. Let us timestamp you, Leo. Leo. Do I need this on as bright as it is? Because why is it so bright? In my face. Yeah, that's better. That's good enough. Okay, Leo. Hi, Leo. I hope you guys are doing excellent and having a great summer. I hope you also had a beautiful birthday season. Happy belated to all of you. Sexy people. So let's take a look at your energetic landscape and kind of what you're bringing to the table or embodying within that and what is going on. Okay. So what I see, I'm just going to cover up the chat while I'm doing this so I don't get distracted. So the energetic landscape is the Page of Wands in reverse. This little dude. This deck is cute. And then the energy that you are embodying is the Nine of Cups, which is just chef's kiss. Love, love to see it. Nine of Cups has a very like, it's very Leo coded to me, I feel like. I don't know if that's actually a Leo card. I can't remember. No, it wouldn't be. It would be one of the water signs, but it feels very Leo-esque to me. It's like having a full heart, you know? And you guys rule the heart. So the Page of Wands in reverse, there's a situation that you're dealing with where there's been wavering hope, or it's been difficult to, I don't feel like it's been difficult to always have hope, but I feel like it's been difficult to sustain hope. In some sort of situation. But I don't know if that's you, because you're here with the Nine of Cups, like rocking in the free world, just kind of doing your fucking thing, looking pretty like sexy and bright and happy doing it. So let's clarify the Page of Wands in reverse and see. You could be dealing with someone that's just kind of like a bit of a like a bah humbug, or I'm not really getting like an Eeyore vibe. I'm getting a little bit more aggressive than that. Eeyore is more like the Four of Cups energy, which is kind of just like apathetic. It's like, how are things? It's like, fine, nice, you know, and it's always this like lukewarm kind of energy. The Page of Wands in reverse can be a bit of a shit disturber. They can choose violence. This can be someone who chose violence. But usually it's because they're either immature to a degree, or they are in their ego, or their ego has been bruised. Or again, it's just someone whose approach is kind of like erratic, but it's because they don't have a lot of like hope, or they don't have a lot of faith in themselves in a situation for whatever reason. So tell me about the Page of Wands in reverse. So they can be a little bit dramatic, a little bit sassy, maybe a little bit hard to work with, doesn't always play well with others. Let's say that. The Magician in reverse and the Devil at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so they did in fact choose violence then. There's Capricorn energy as well as very strong mercurial energy on the table as well. And Aries is here too with the Page of Wands. Wow. Okay. Uh, this person did not know. They didn't have all the facts, and they made some questionable assumptions. They filled in the blanks, but they did so from a bit of a place of maybe like immaturity or insecurity. They didn't go directly to the source, and so then it feels like the facts were not facts. The facts were wrong, essentially, and maybe brought a little bit more uh, discord or heaviness to the overall situation. There's either something that was like maybe this person made an assumption and then they acted and communicated and expressed themselves based on the assumption they'd made, but the assumption was incorrect. So then the way that they acted was not really in alignment with the truth of the situation, if that makes sense. It could have come through as a little bit like a little bit shadowy or toxic, maybe. Or again, this could also be someone who had like kind of a severe reaction or response to something, but again, they would have been probably responding to something that they had assumed, but it wasn't really what happened, or it wasn't the full story. They didn't have the facts. Something about their communication with the magician in reverse wasn't clear. So there could have even been like kind of a level of manipulation, or even I'm getting like passive aggressive. So again, it's like not being clear and direct with the person, but like kind of fucking around a little bit instead. They had a choice, and they could have been just like super clear with you, and the sun is like, your ruler, so this card can also be connected to you. But I feel like they kind of, again, like they kind of chose they kind of chose violence a little bit, this person's approach. So that's, yeah, I don't feel like that's you. I feel like that's someone that you're dealing with, because it's very different from the energy that you're embodying with the Nine of Cups. So tell me more about the Nine of Cups. There's definitely something that's not clear though here in terms of communication or information surrounding something. There's like an assumption that's been made, or there's been the omission of details or facts, or maybe outright like deception or lying or withholding of something. I don't know. We'll dig more into that. But what's the Nine of Cups here for Leo's energy? The Four of Wands. Leo, you're literally just over here like living your best fucking life, totally unbothered. The Nine of Cups and the Four of Wands. To say that you did not let someone or something get under your skin, I feel like is like the world's biggest understatement, and I'm living for it. High key, not low key, high key. This is beautiful. This is just kind of like, it's like you rule the heart, you are very confident and rooted into your own personal happiness, and it's kind of like unshakable. You create a secure structure of joy for yourself on an individual level, and outside nonsense can't really throw you off of that. The Four of Wands is very, it's a stable structure, balanced structure, but it's also quite individual, just like the Nine of Cups, because the Four of Wands is connected to the placement Venus in Aries, which is a Venus placement that does talk a lot about like it's not always putting yourself first, but it's like definitely being okay with being on your own. Like Venus in Aries is someone who they're not someone who would like jump from relationship to relationship. They're secure enough in themselves, and they genuinely make themselves happy and enjoy their own company. And so like when they're not in a relationship, they're just living their best life like in relation with themselves, right? Or like with their friends and their family, and they have their own life, and they're completely fulfilled and whole within that. So they're not seeking someone to complete them. There's an independent energy. They're open to happiness, but they also completely supply themselves with happiness, and um, they can stand on their own 2 feet, which is beautiful. So they're not usually codependent in relationships and that kind of thing. And for that reason too, like if someone else falters, or if like someone maybe like projects something that is personal at you that doesn't have to do with you, then if you're in the Four of Wands and the Nine of Cups energy, it's just going to bounce right off of you, or your aura or your frequency is just going to dissolve it. Like as soon as it gets near you, you won't even feel it, because it's a very high vibration. And again, it's very sure of itself. So what you're aligning with or coming into, or is coming into you soon, is the Seven of Swords with this oracle card of deliverance. And it says release, relief, a fresh approach, liberation from obstruction, finding a solution, and exhilaration. So I really like that this came out with the Seven of Swords. It's really positive, because it's like you're being delivered from the shit show, or like the storm is ending, and you're going to feel some level of relief, or there's going to be like a fresh energy that can come in. So the storm passes, and then it's like you go outside and it smells like rain. Everything smells fresh. Everything's like washed clean, and it's a positive energy. But the Seven of Swords, it can sometimes be about taking a specific strategic approach to something. But other times it can talk about deception. So let's just clarify that. What is the Seven of Swords that is coming towards Leo in the near future? Justice in reverse. Okay. Well, the Three of Pentacles in reverse. Then the Queen of Cups is at the bottom of the deck again. Leo, at every turn, you're like, yeah, the situation, it could be better. It's questionable at best, but yet here I am, just letting you know, though, that I'm still good, though, despite whatever. You want out, Looney? You want to go outside? There you go. Bye. Okay. Yeah, so I love how you're just like, just popping in again, though, Lisa. Like, I was good back here, and in the near future, even though things are not necessarily coming together with something, you're like, I'm still good, though. Just throwing it out there, just in case you were worried. I was not worried about you, Leo. But yeah, with the Three of Pentacles in reverse and Justice in reverse, it kind of feels like someone who is just, again, I think I said it at the beginning, like, doesn't really play well with others. This is someone who is very hard to work with. It's because of the energy that they're in, and because they're not being direct. Like, they might be taking a manipulative approach, or trying to control, or like, with the Magician in reverse, the Devil, and the Seven of Swords all together with the Page of Wands in reverse. It can be a little bit off-putting. I'm not gonna lie. On the, everything's on a spectrum with tarot, so take it how it resonates for your particular situation. I can be dramatic. I'm a Scorpio rising, so probably I'm going to relay the message in more on a dramatic side of things way. But at its worst, this could be someone who is a little bit, they have narcissistic qualities or tendencies. I'm not saying they are a narcissist, but they can definitely be selfish. They can definitely be manipulative. They can for sure be ruled by their ego, or in taking action from a place of their shadow and a place of self, like only looking out for themselves, or having like hidden or ulterior motives. But I think that, like, again, the energy that you are in, you just see everything so clearly because you're in this high vibrational energy of peace and fulfillment. And so then the beautiful thing about that is that when something comes towards you that is not in that frequency, you feel it the second that it enters your field, because it like ripples through, and you're like, oh, it's almost like I was gonna say it's almost like when you're like in a room and someone else comes in and like farts. This is like, I love that. That that's what wanted to come through for the message. But it's like you smell that immediately and you're like, that did not come from me. No, no, no. Things smelt like beautiful perfume before. But then like something that just kind of stinks or is off-putting or is in a low vibration, and it's because you're in such a high vibration that immediately it's like, that doesn't really like match the vibe, you know? It doesn't really, it's not the vibe. So I see you kind of seeing immediately that there's just someone who, it's almost like, I don't really feel like you, I kind of feel like you're just releasing yourself from a situation. And honestly, it's a bit of a relief because this feels like it's been a bit of a shit show, or someone who's just, again, like they make things hard. But I see you kind of being like, okay, well, there's not going to be like, this person's not going to do the right thing. This person I can't count on to create justice in the situation. Like, they're not going to take accountability. They're not going to humble themselves. They're not going to compromise. They're not going to meet me halfway. They're not trying to work with me on this. They're trying to fuck around and find out, you know? But I feel like you're just not playing the game because you know, you smell it the second that it escapes them. And I think that you just kind of like exit stage left, and that's all she wrote. Your advice is the Ace of Swords, though. So again, it's like, don't be afraid to see things clearly. I don't really see why you would be. Let me just clarify that a little bit and see if anything else wants to come through. But I'm kind of getting that it's like, don't wear your don't wear your rose colored glasses on this one. You can pretty much take it at face value. This is one of those things that it's like, it is what it is. I know you like to think that your shit don't stink. But lean a little bit closer, find that roses really smell like poo. A little bit of old school Outcast for ya. No big deal. But yeah, it's like, just be real with yourself about this and save yourself the headache, essentially. Maybe if this person pulls their head out of their sphincter at some point, they will come back around and apologize or something like that. But for now, it's kind of just like, see it for what it is and don't. Yeah, it's literally you don't need to invest your time or energy into this. The Nine of Pentacles in reverse. This is just like, again, you are in this really beautiful energy that is, it's not isolated, but it's self-assured. It's confident. It's not cocky. It's you when you're aligned and you're just shining, you know? I'm hearing that, I'm hearing the song Glow by Kanye West too. So you guys could just be like in your own little glow. When are you not? Well, most of the time you're in this glow, right? And maybe you triggered somebody. Who knows? You guys do that a lot, and I think you don't even realize it. It's like that sometimes, but this is just a whole lot of like self-assured energy with healthy boundaries. You're taking care of yourself. You're fulfilling your own needs. So you're not needing validation. You're not chasing. You're not giving your time and energy to something that is just going to waste it because it's just not interested in playing nice at this point in time. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Leo. Okay. I love your energy and your approach in this reading. It's kind of like, can't nothing Can't nothing hold me down. Yeah. Oh no, I'm hearing so many songs in your reading. I'm hearing that song. It's like, anybody gonna break my stride? Oh, I got to keep on moving. Yeah. So I see you handling that like a boss, like a boss. We love to see it. That's beautiful. Don't let the bastards get you down, Leo. It's not even, I'm really just getting more of like an immature energy, or this person could even be triggered, right? And so they're just like, because maybe they don't have the capacity either at all or just in this moment because they are triggered to handle it in kind of like a more mature way. They're kind of just being a little bit petty with it, which, you know, it happens, especially when we get triggered, when we get poked in certain places. Sometimes that happens. So I feel like you can still have compassion and grace for this person while also not allowing them to project their shit onto you or drag you into just like a situation that's kind of boring, honestly, and just you got better things to do with your life. All right, we're moving on to Virgo. Happy birthday. Okay, I'm gonna say it after I do the timestamp so that all of you can hear me. I'm just gonna go close my curtains now that it's dark because my room is just lit up. And then we're going to get into Virgo. Okay. Spectral Spec, hi, it's going good. How are you? How's your evening going? Ooh. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Is anybody else proud at the speed at which I'm moving through tonight's live? It's not going to be 9 hours or 8 hours long. Hey, we knew she could do it. We knew she could do it, guys. Not that that's always bad to have a long one, but it's not always bad to have a long one, guys. But for tonight, we're keeping it succinct-ish. My mind is so in a specific place right now that I sped up to Virgo. Wow. Yes. Weird. I feel like there's a song that wants to come through for you guys, but I'm literally just getting the message like there's a song for Virgo, but I'm not hearing it. Okay. It's in a dirty place. I'm gonna level with ya. it's in a fun place right now. You couldn't tell from the innuendos? I'm a Scorpio rising Aries Venus. When is it not? When is my mind not in horny mode? Like, I just take the horniness and I put it in the back seat, but she's always present. She's always there, guys. This is what I live with on a day-to-day basis. Grocery store, church, you know, just no matter where I be, it's with me. Oh God. Okay. Virgo. And the Virgos. Yeah, Virgos. We know you guys are freaks. Virgos are total freaks. Every Virgo that I've ever known has been like, just whatever. Whatever. I know. I see you. There's something really sexy about like the freakiness of Virgo too, because you guys have a way of kind of like holding it together. But there's my foot. It's my knee, probably. What was I gonna say? You guys have a way of like holding it together, but yet you have like the vibe, you know? It's like you can look at a Virgo and nothing about them screams, I'm a freak, but they have that essence about them. You can just tell. It's like the mystery, but you can almost like smell it on them a little bit. You guys are put together in the streets and freaky in the sheets, if you will. You're a beautiful balance. Who doesn't like that? Okay. Okay, let's go. What's going on for Virgo? What's going on for Virgos? Focus, Lisa. Focus. A palpable mystery, yes. Didn't feel right. That's better. Okay, Virgo. Okay. Okay. It's cute. It's looking cute. Cute to boot. You're drinking milk and eating an apple pie. That's the most wholesome thing I've heard in a while. Okay. I love that for you. Let's get an oracle card. Get into it. Get down to it. What's cute? What? What's cute? Me? What are you talking about? Let's see. Okay. Let's timestamp you and get down to it. Virgo. My freaks. My freaky deaky babies. I hope no one is offended by that. I mean it in the best possible way. Alright. Hi, Virgo. Happy birthday season. I hope that it is just exquisite, honestly. I hope that you guys are surrounded by the most fulfilling people and places and things, and just, yeah, I hope that your season is amazing. Your season is one of my favorites because fall is like, be still my heart. Like fall, although it lasts for but a second in Canada, it's here and then it's gone. It's fleeting. It's still my fucking favorite by far. So you've got my heart. But happy birthday and have a great season. And also enjoy your, well, you just had a new moon that just passed us like a couple days. I think it was on the 23rd. Today is the 27th. And you're going to have another one, which is also going to be an eclipse. Woo! Your neat and tidy ways are going to get shaken up. And that's going to be so fun for you guys. I see you fighting that with this focus card. You're like, things will not get thrown out of... Yes, they will. Yes, things are not going to be refined, neat, and tidy this eclipse season for you, my friend. Not with a south nodal eclipse. Oh, no. And the first new moon had a very strong Uranus square directly to the new moon. So, yeah, your shit's going to probably get rocked a little bit. Not in a bad way, though. It's going to be revolutionary. Just don't forget that you guys are mutable earth and you are very capable, although you're very stubborn sometimes because you love your specific way of doing things. You're very capable of change. So embrace that, because it is only going to enrich your life and better your overall experience, whether that's just of yourself or relationships or just whatever you're kind of working with at this time. But let's take a look. Okay, so the overall energetic landscape is coming through as the Two of Swords in reverse. Decisions are being made, or there is specifically a decision that has been made, and I feel like with the Two of Swords, it's most likely been communicated. So if this is just you within yourself, like you've made your mind up about something and you have kind of, I'm seeing it like as is this how you guys, am I seeing like the inside? Am I being granted access to the inner workings of a Virgo right now? Oh my gosh. I'm seeing it almost like your internal world is like all compartmentalized and neat and tidy and like all dusted and looking so pretty, very aesthetic vibes. And it's like there are like the unresolved things, and then there's like once we make the decision and we like cement the decision in our mind, we're like, now we're going to take that over and put that in this compartment. So I see you as you've settled on something to the point that like you're not going over it, you're not going back and forth in your head anymore. You have like moved it into this problem has been solved, or we've decided on something compartment. So whether that decision has to do with you and somebody outside of you or just you, yeah, I see that as having been done. So that is amazing. Okay. Your energy is the Four of Wands. I really like this Four of Wands card. It's like this celebration. It says welcome home. It's just got this like warm, cozy, coming back to my like home base, the place that feels like home, the place where you are comfortable and at ease and at peace within yourself or with somebody else. There's a level of balance, and it just, honestly, the Four of Wands, it feels, there's like an unbridled joy about it. Like it's not, how can I explain this? It's not intense. It's not like off the hook, but it's more like room to breathe. It's like, it's not a castle with big walls that you feel like stifled inside of. It's like a lean-to, but like very cozy, you know, like all sorts of animal pelts and just like very cozy inside. But it's a structure that has space. So it's somewhere that feels, or it's either an actual place, a relationship, or just an energy within yourself that you feel secure, stable, and safe, but you also feel like liberated and free. And so it's kind of like um the perfect storm for just that sort of easily sustainable, warm, simple baseline of happiness. I love that there's a birthday cake too. What? My little heart. I just realized that. That's so fucking cute. I love it. You guys are like just representing. It's our birthday. Don't know if you heard. What? Okay, can you tell me about this Two of Swords in reverse? What is this decision? So whatever this choice is, it's bringing you, well, it just, quite frankly, it just feels good. Whatever it is. So whether it's a choice that you made to put your energy and effort into something or to implement something in your life, it's something that feels really nice. And it's not complicated. Something you can rely on. It's like that thing that you always go back to. It's like that shirt that you have like 10 of them because it just like feels like the fabric's just right, it fits you just perfect, and you just keep on. It's like a staple, right? A staple piece. Yeah, something you can count on, something that fits just right, and it feels nice, it feels comfortable. What's this Two of Swords in reverse? That's not it. The Queen of Pentacles in reverse and the Devil in reverse. Five of Swords in reverse. That's awesome. Six of Wands in reverse. There's something here that was at one point not as simple and clear cut as it is now. There's something that was more complicated, but it's because it was unsettled before a little bit. And I think that because it was unsettled, there was a level of like insecurity in the situation. So then when there's, so, okay, how can I say this? So when there's still a decision like being made, things are still up in the air. So you can't really rely on it yet. It doesn't feel safe yet. It doesn't feel solid yet. So then people involved can feel like this level of insecurity, right? Because you haven't yet determined security within the situation or created it. And I think that kind of got in the way of something reaching a level of confidence and success, or just, again, like kind of being decided on, and then like, oh, now we can like rest and celebrate and just feel good inside of that decision. There might have been a level of, this could have been a difficult decision to make. Maybe because there was a level of insecurity for someone here. This is your energy with the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, but it could have been you and somebody else, or, yeah. I'm just seeing that someone just kind of felt like they didn't know where they stood within something because there hadn't been like a clear-cut decision and then commitment to that choice. Like, you hadn't taken that decision and been like, I've made that choice and moved it into the other compartment, right? So you were still toying with it, or someone was. But the Devil in reverse, the Five of Swords in reverse, it's something is just becoming clear cut, or something is being put into a state of moderation where maybe it was just in kind of a state of chaos, or also when there's like an unstable situation, sometimes that triggers people. Like sometimes not knowing can trigger something within somebody, and that could be for a billion different reasons, right? Like maybe the last time they were waiting on someone to make a choice, that person ended up making a choice to betray them or to abandon them or something like that. And maybe that like comes up subconsciously and creates anxiety, which then complicates the situation or makes someone act from that place of insecurity, which complicates things, right? But I'm seeing that essentially just things are becoming clear. And part of that is because you're addressing the insecurity. You're like, I think that it's you or whoever is making this choice. You have an understanding that being on the fence did create some level of, it just wasn't conducive to actually moving things forwards in a positive way. There needed to be a choice made so that things could be at peace here, and then they could carry forwards. And so now that's being done, or it's been done, and because of that there's this celebratory, warm, free, liberated, joyful energy, which is beautiful. You could feel like you're reuniting with something or someone as well with this welcome home. Like something is returning to you, or you're returning to something, and it feels good, like in your soul. It feels good. Okay, so what you're aligning with, or what is coming soon in the near future, is okay, you have the Seven of Wands. And then two cards came out here, oracle cards. You have New Life and Friendship. So with New Life, there's the Ankh on there, and then Friendship has these intersecting arrows. It's kind of reminding me, like, even if two people are different, it's like you're finding a way to, or even if you have two different ideas, you're finding a way to merge them or hold space for both. Or there's a level of balance. Maybe for some of you, this is a friendship that is being renewed. Or for some of you, it's a romantic relationship that is being renewed, but you are really like focused and building on the foundation of friendship, which I think is so fucking important with romantic relationships. Like, how are you going to be with someone that you're not, that isn't also your best friend, you know? Like, that's the kind of person that you can actually build a life with without being in a state of needing to like filter yourself because they're your best friend, right? So I think that that's optimal, whatever this is. There's new life being breathed into something, and I see you like fighting for something, knowing that something feels good, knowing that it's something that brings you joy. It also, with the Four of Wands, you don't lose yourself in something. It's like you are holding up this side, someone else is holding up that side, but they're still their own structure. Like they're still their own thing, right? So if it's a relationship, you guys are open, intimate, vulnerable with one another. You compromise, but you still retain your own sovereignty. You're not codependent, essentially. You can co-regulate emotionally, and it's beautiful. With the Seven of Wands, I see you like knowing that, yeah, this is something you want to put effort into, and you are asserting yourself in that direction. Can you tell me more about the Seven of Wands? You could also be like showing up. So let's say this more insecure person or energy in the situation is not you. Let's say it's more somebody else. It's almost like you are aware that someone was affected by something, by a certain approach. And I almost see you being like, let me, it's almost like, let me go out of my way to show up for someone in a way that gives them confidence. Let me show them that I'm invested in something, or let me show up in an energy of strength so that I feel like they can count on me, and they feel safe within this as well, so that they are also in this energy of feeling both liberated and also safe and comfortable and loved, but not stifled, right? It's like you're fighting to help someone feel safe so that they can join you in this energy if they're not already there, if that makes sense. So that could be like telling someone how you feel, or again, just like showing up as a friend for someone, showing up with a friendly energy, a cooperative energy, or like even a playful energy, just like lighthearted, not too heavy, but letting someone know that you're there for them. Yeah. Yeah, it's because like you're coming in from something was at odds in this situation at one point, and this is you reconciling that. But I see you and someone else both equally in equal parts, like giving to something together to move forwards with it, and you're both bringing this like wholesome, pure energy of your heart. You're approaching each other like friends first and foremost. So like, let's say there's a challenge that comes up in a relationship, instead of, because when there's like really heavy emotional energy, sometimes things can get like, it can be more like a crime of passion, or like things can be more complex to deal with. But I think it's helpful sometimes to be like, okay, let's remember, like, let's step back, let's remember that we are a team first and foremost, that we like each other first and foremost as people, that we're friends, and we genuinely don't want to hurt each other. We genuinely want to respect each other and show up and be kind and enjoy our time together. It kind of like removes some of the tension or lightens the load when you come at it from just like remembering that that's the baseline. So I see that being an approach that's taken. But then your advice is also the Lovers. This Lovers card is so pretty. The colors, oh, just everything about it. Oh my gosh. So it's like, look at how much heart energy. It's so beautiful. I really love that this individual energy, like you are each your own, you are each bringing, like, I like that there's healthy boundaries within this. You're not losing yourself in this, and that is very, very good, especially for something like the Lovers connection, because this is the kind of relationship or energy or connection between people that the lines can blur if you're not like conscious about not getting lost in one another. Because the Lovers energy can be very intense, or it can be one where you are very maybe like telepathically, energetically, or psychically connected to one another. So you can very much, like, if you are not taking care to retain your own healthy boundaries and remember like who you are, and still taking time to honor your own needs and values, and there's compromise where you meet in the middle with someone, but you're not losing a part of yourself, and you never should. You never want that in a relationship, because then you come out of those relationships feeling like you really sacrificed something of yourself, and that's when there can be a lot of resentment, I feel like, after a relationship. ultimately, I feel you shouldn't come out of a relationship feeling as though like something was taken from you, or that you compromised a core part of yourself that you were not, you're not meant to, right? But with the lovers, it's like focus on friendship, but also let it be, let it be spicy as well. Like, but there's also just this kind of it's like purple, pink, and like this greeny blue. So don't be afraid to go past the superficial as well. Like, yeah, focus on the friendship um elements as like the baseline, or the would you say, like the foundation that you're building on. But with the lovers, also communicate from an intimate place. Also, like, open your heart and be, allow yourself to be like naked with one another, you know, not just physically, but also physically. Tell me about the lovers for Virgo's advice. But yeah, essentially it's like follow your heart. You know where it's going, you know. You know. Because you already feel it and you're already fighting for it, so you'll already know. It's kind of just also saying, like, honor that connection, because it is a specific kind of connection as well. There's definitely something special and sacred about the lover's connection, so it does need to be approached differently from just like your average like just casually dating someone. You know, this is like a spiritual connection. It is a connection that usually has an element of, we see each other very deeply, we're helping each other grow, or we're helping each other see our own potential. You know, this is someone who, when you are together, you see each other very clearly, or you can reflect one another back at each other clearly. And for that reason, it's like, when you forget who you are, let me remind you. When you falter, or you're in a space of shame or guilt, or you're down on yourself, you're being a Virgo and you're being very self-critical, that never happens, right? Then it's like, let me step in and hold up a more loving, compassionate mirror for you. Like, let me bring love into that situation, not just from a friendship perspective, but from a deeper place too, from a place of seeing your heart and soul and reminding you of all the reasons that there are to love you. We love that so much. Okay, anything else about the lovers, or is that it? That's it. The Knight of Cups. Yeah. Move forwards with your heart on your sleeve. It is important to show up with this energy of like, I know what this is. Like, don't forget that you have made this choice, okay? So if you need to keep coming back and being like, no, I know why I chose this, and blah, 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 these are the reasons it makes me feel like this. I have a higher understanding that it is this. I also feel like this person like helps renew my life, and like I could just enjoy living life by their side, or like being their friend or being their partner. If you need to come back to that and like go down the like checklist and remind yourself, that's important too. That will keep you in your heart, moving from like a tender space, because there might be something too where like again, like in the past there was a situation that could have felt like a little bit messy, just while you're sorting out maybe some of the intense energies of the lovers. But it's like there have been like some rocky moments here, and again, like when somebody maybe does feel insecure or triggered, or gets in their own head, you know, or doesn't feel worthy even, and so maybe there's like an energy of self-sabotage even as well, for sure, with the Five of Swords and the Devil. That could be, it's there could be a tendency to stubbornly hold on to an old way of thinking about something because you don't want to repeat that, like you don't want to get hurt again. But in order to break through that and get into more of an alignment with like the natural flow of energy, where again it just feels somewhat effortless, like you're just riding the wave with somebody. You have to still remember to show up from the heart. So even when you're addressing challenges between the two of you, you are not just doing so from like a place of let me intellectualize this, or let me just see it from like a strictly analytical place. It's like you are coming at it like using your brain, obviously, but you're also still bringing that tenderness in so that you can again like consider one another from a place of tenderness, right? So that is what I see for you. We love it. I love you so much, Virgo. Again, happy birthday. And we're gonna move on to Libra. Libra. Okay. Let's see. Did I know I didn't change that yet? Okay. Tenderness. What does this say? The solar return greeting. Welcome. Be kind and be true to ourselves and each other. Yes. The song Tenderness from the 80s. I don't know. What song is that? I'm not like a huge, I'm not gonna lie, the 80s is like my least favorite of the genres of music. I'm like a huge, like some of it, yes, but like the quintessential things that you think of with the 80s, like the classic rock of the 80s, fuck yeah. But more of like that 80s sound, I'm like, meh, you can miss me with that one a little bit. So I don't really know. That's probably the era of music that I know the least about, or have the least bank in my mind of. Okay. What's going on for Libra? Show me what's happening for Libra. What do you want to highlight for Libra? I'm dealing with a Virgo. What's going on here? Oh, that's too many cards. What song is that? I'm channeling a song. Is that by? I think it's called Count on You by The Naked and Famous, I want to say. Might want to look up that song. That may have something to do with your reading, Libra. Okay, let me get an oracle card. That was dramatic. That was dramatic. One more. Who else got that card? Ooh, Oh yeah. Nothing failed. Okay. Let's see. Let's timestamp so we can get into this. This is coming through pretty clear. So this, make room for these on here. Hi Libra. I hope you guys are doing well. All right, we're gonna take a look at what is in your energetic landscape or environment and where you're showing up within that, what you're bringing to the table, what wants to be highlighted. So, in your landscape right now or around you, you have Judgment in reverse. So, this is the energy of Pluto. And then you are in the energy of the Two of Swords in reverse. Virgo had this in their landscape, their energetic landscape. So maybe you have Virgo in your chart as well, or maybe you're in a relationship or dealing with a Virgo in some way. That could also just represent the Virgo reading might be prominent for you because we're in such a heavy time of Virgo energy right now. It's Virgo season. We just had a Virgo new moon. We're going to have another Virgo new moon, which is going to be an eclipse as well. So yeah, there's just a lot of that energy flying around right now. Okay, let's clarify Judgment in reverse. There's like a softening. What's coming through is like, there's an energy of humility and kind of just like slowing down and not forcing something, not like pushing something to make it work. Coming at it from like more of a transcendent place, so taking the high road, coming at it from like more of an intimate space or a place of openness and tenderness, and yeah, just kind of like being real and raw with somebody, I feel like. And there's something that is reaching resolution by that means. So it's actually coming through as like a softening of that Plutonian energy, which is nice because it can be a little bit intense, but you have a lot of fixed energy right here because it's Pluto, which is like Scorpio, and then Strength, which is Leo, but they're both in the reverse. So Strength in the reverse can talk about humility. It can talk about just kind of like knowing where you stand but not needing to aggressively defend it. So essentially like not leading with the ego, right? Letting other people have their opinions too, and letting yourself kind of soften and just be vulnerable and be in a tender place. And part of your ability to do that with that Strength card is that like you do know who you are, you do know where you stand on things, so then it's not a liability to make yourself vulnerable or to be open. It's a strength. It highlights your strength, that you are so strong that you're able to be comfortably humble, essentially. So that, yeah, then there's the Eight of Pentacles in reverse with the Six of Swords. So it's like not overdoing it, just kind of letting things unfold naturally. It's kind of coming through as well as like your mind is expanding or the way that you see something is shifting. It's because you're softening to it. So you're opening yourself up. You're essentially like exposing yourself more to something. Yeah, you're letting something in, and you're not trying to like force it or dictate it or like push it or speed up the process. You're just kind of like letting this happen. This is a very peaceful kind of beautiful Six of Swords energy. I feel like with like the clear reflection on the water, the sky is just so pretty. And she's in there by herself. Usually on the Six of Swords, there's like two or three people, even like two people sitting and one person kind of like manning the boat. But here in this specific card, it's just the one woman by herself, which I'm getting just again, it's like a quiet strength, and there's a belief in yourself that allows you to be soft, which is sexy, I gotta say. So the energy that you're in is the Two of Swords in reverse. So you are decided on something, like you've made up your mind. The Two of Swords is Moon in Libra. So yeah, you have weighed things out and you've gone through the whole process of doing that. You know how you feel about things. You've kind of looked at the different options. You've considered every side and like how you would feel if you took different approaches, and then you have been able to land on something that you're like a choice that you're at peace about because of that. So tell me more about that. Libra's energy, what have they decided? The Chariot. Aww. You're moving towards something quite powerfully. But again, there's not really, it's interesting because it's cardinal water, and with cardinal signs, they are kind of like the fire start, like they get things moving. And it is a very powerful movement with the Chariot, but it's powerful in a soft way, like Cancerian energy. It's powerful in that like strong, silent way where Cancerians, when they know when they know how they feel about something, they will build their will around that, like what is in their heart and the conviction that is there, what they feel. Like if a Cancer loves you, like if you're loved by a Cancerian person, then you know this, right? They like will die for you. They will take a bullet for you, or they will like cross the seven friggin' seas without batting an eye for you once they've decided that they're in. So I feel like you are decided, and you're decided not just because you've gone back and forth over something mentally, but you know where you land emotionally, and it's a strong enough emotional truth that I feel like it's gonna the Ace of Cups when I split the deck, it's gonna propel you towards something in a pretty beautiful way. So what you're aligning with, or what is coming to you in the near future, is the High Priestess in reverse. These cards are like not shiny, but the cardstock, something about it always glares, which is so annoying because it's such a pretty deck. One of my favorites. The High Priestess in reverse. It came out with this ceremony invocation card. The High Priestess in reverse is like, I'm not keeping secrets. I'm being very clear. It's not necessarily like I'm spilling my guts, but it's like I'm telling something that I don't tell everybody, or I'm sharing something that has been kept private. A truth that is deep and that is substantial, because the sharing of this truth is creating some sort of like an invocation into something, right? So it's essentially like opening a door or creating an opportunity, the sharing of something, again, opening up and being vulnerable enough to share something that was not previously shared. And then these cards were at the bottom of the deck, which I feel like are totally for it, so I took them out as well. It's vulnerability, submerged, and effortless. And then there's also veiled here too. So it's like with veiled and submerged, right, and the High Priestess, there is something that was not, it wasn't like just on the outside. It wasn't readily available, or someone wasn't wearing something on their sleeve, or just something had not been fully, the truth hadn't been spoken. But in the near future, I feel someone is actually stating some sort of truth from a vulnerable place, an open place, and it's really allowing the energy to flow with this sort of effortless. It's really beautiful, the energy. You're going from something, they're sort of being like a veil or a curtain between you and somebody else. And I don't think that it was like, I'm hiding this or I'm keeping secrets. It's just there's something that hadn't been shared yet. This could be someone just telling you that they have the same feelings for you, or it could be you telling someone that you have strong feelings if maybe you haven't like been vulnerable enough to express that just yet. It could be something like that. But it is something that creates an opportunity that's pretty powerful. So I love that. It actually creates an opportunity to celebrate and like really nurture something. So there's a huge energy of creation. Again, like an opportunity to nurture something and celebrate it as you nurture it, which is so beautiful. It's kind of like honoring it. Yeah. Okay, so your advice is the Magician and the Eight of Wands. Well, this is a lot of getting shit happening, but specifically it's with this clarity, right? Again, you have like mental clarity and emotional clarity or conviction. With that, they're basically just saying, go forth and prosper, like know your strength and manifest from that place of truth. So if there's a direction that you want to move in, and I feel like there's a direction somebody else wants to move in, this could even be like you're moving to be in the same place as someone, or you're moving in with someone, you're just moving forwards emotionally with someone. For some of you, this feels like a greater degree of commitment in a relationship, or just to something that like holds an emotional stake. It matters to you. It means something to you. But it's like clearly communicate what it is that you want, and they're basically saying you can manifest this. Like this is a very quick turnaround time. This is like you're at the McDonald's drive-through and you go right up and you place your order. 2 seconds later, the next window, there it is, babe. It's not coming through as something that is strenuous, and it's because there's an alignment here. Like there's just a natural congruency in the energy between either like cosmic forces and you. If you're just going for something on your own, like if you're just manifesting something on your own, then this is you speaking that very clearly to the universe, like having made up your mind and then not pushing it, not trying to rush divine timing, but having full faith and like the belief in magic essentially, and your belief in yourself. And this is saying like it's gonna happen quick, faster than you expect, which is really lovely. So yeah, be clear about it. That's the Magician is the energy of Mercury, and the Eight of Wands is Mercury in Sag, which is like blunt, like just if you know what you want, then say it like it is. Say it with your whole damn chest. Be clear, whether that's with somebody else or somebody else and the universe. But yeah, speak what you want at this time. And I see it coming to you. Like, just as the river flows, surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be, right? It's like when you open up, or when somebody makes the move to reveal something and to be humble and vulnerable and open about a clear direction that they want to go in and why. Like I said, it creates an opening, it creates an opportunity, and it's the perfect storm. Everything is calibrated and aligned for this to come to you. So we love to see it. Your reading was very like clear cut, and I love that for you. Like that is not a bad thing. This is something that you've given thought to though. Like, yeah, It's like the King of Wands and the King of Cups. Your heart and your soul knows how you feel about this, knows what it wants. And so it's just trusting that enough to move forwards with confidence and to like speak that out into the universe with confidence from a high vibrational place, and just maintain that frequency and watch magic happen is basically what I see. So I love you, Libra, and I'm gonna move on to Scorpio, but I will talk to you guys again soon. Enjoy your manifestation, whatever that is. Okay, let's see what's going on with Scorpio. Where's my Scorpios? My Scorpios. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Here. Right. Scorpio. Change the thing. What's up? What's up, Robert? I am a Beastie Boys type of girl. Absolutely. Intergalactic planetary. I love the Beastie Boys. Love me some Beastie Boys. Actually, like all through junior high and high school, my best friend, her favorite band in the world was the Beastie Boys. And so shout out Kylie. You got me into them. She was my excellent influence in that area. It has been a while. How are you? How are you doing, Robert? Good? You caught the last Gemini reading? Some of it resonated? That's good. Yeah. What's going on with my Scorpies? I'm actually just gonna run to the washroom really quickly. Too much for chat. Feel free to share. I'll be right back though, because we're like more than halfway through, and I have had like a bottle of water, a glass of tea, and some coffee since we began. So give me 2 seconds, and I will be back in one moment. like Luna hair, just flutter away. Distracted. One second, my loves. Okay. So, Scorpio. My loves. Will be our season before long at all. You understand? The first read back in March in the Act of Kindness. Aw. You're welcome. I told you, I get these hits for a reason. Old wounds. Good. That is the process of integration, right? That's shadow work, is like just bringing consciousness or awareness to the wounds. Like, that's honestly the biggest, that's the biggest part of healing them. So after that, it's kind of just like, just give it time, you know? I'm proud of you. Okay. People don't get enough credit for just facing the shit, you know? Like, it's not easy to look at your demons, to look at your wounds, to go to the dark places within. Takes guts. Okay. Scorpio. What would you like to highlight for Scorpio? Okay. Oh. Love that. Oh. What? Damn, that is a powerful motherfucking energy. I'll share that with you. Fuck. What are you doing, Scorpio? Your energy is like extremely badass, even for you. And that is saying something. My God. One more card. Yeah. I mean, yeah. God. This just so has that stamp of scorpionic intensity that I live for. I love this. Okay, let's get an oracle card. I'm obsessed with this. Okay, let's timestamp. Yeah. So I can tell you what I'm freaking out about. Hi, Scorpio. How are you, babes? I hope you're doing good, you sexy fangs, you. All right, let's take a look at your current energetic situation, environment, landscape, vibes here that are surrounding you and what wants to be highlighted. So in your surroundings, or this could just be like the situation, Excuse me 1 second. Let me just, there's something in my throat. So, in your environment, sorry about that, is the 8 of Cups in reverse. So, you're settling into something. You're like, this is an energy of, I'm not done with that yet. That hasn't given me everything that it has to offer yet. I haven't experienced all of that yet, you know? It's also, there's a level of emotional fulfillment, as well as there's still more potential for more emotional fulfillment. So with the 8 of Cups in the upright, it's like I'm walking away from something that has, like, maybe the cups have spilt, maybe what is in them has gone rotten or sour, or maybe this structure is just, I'm ready to move beyond it. I've outgrown it, or it's just time to blaze a new trail, you know? But usually there's like a level of not being fulfilled emotionally anymore, like being ready to move forwards. But here with the 8 of Cups in reverse, it's you're staying put with something. Your investment with something is not done yet. Yeah, there's the 3 of Pentacles. There's something that you're putting together. Ooh. There's something that you're building. There you are. Isn't this deck gorgeous? But like, look at that Death card. So pretty. The colors, the aesthetics, just all of it. All of it. I see why you're not walking away from this, because it's like a perfect fit, you know? There's you. There's something that you're creating or building, and this is like, that is tailor-made to you. So this is an opportunity to create something that you feel it's got your name on it. There's an element of like, I know that this is for me, or I know that this has been offered to me for a reason, or I know that this person's in my life for a reason, and I'm not done with that just yet. So I'm going to stick around and see what else there is to uncover or explore with that. So I really like that. Then the energy that you are embodying. Okay, so 2 cards came out together. And it's the Sun and the Moon. Just like, do you feel the power coming off of that? Because I can literally feel the energy coming off of that combination of cards. And that's because this is how do I, that about sums it up. Temperance. This is not an energy that is easily achieved. This is not a balance that is always easily struck, because the Sun and the Moon together is like a feeling of succinct wholeness within something, within you, within a connection. Maybe like this would be like perfect counterparts, not your exact mirror, but your perfect counterpart. Something that you just can't see, really, like you just can't really imagine it without the other in a way. But they each bring their own very specific energy to the table. You could also see this if this is, you know, just you as your yin and yang energy, your masculine and feminine having been very, like I said, like very balanced, very tempered, very well integrated, resulting in a beautiful state of internal confidence and harmony and just like completion. Like holding space for, this is so Scorpio because it's like it's kind of like Persephone energy, right? Half the year above ground, half the year with Hades, right? Half the year above ground. And it's this perfect balance, and something about it like just works. It ends up just working. It ends up being like this almost natural cycle where you're honoring your light and your shadow. You're honoring, it's you're holding space for all of yourself. And Scorpio, I feel like, is for sure one of the signs that can do that. But usually it's like a process for anyone, but especially for Scorpio, because it's like repetitive cycles of death and rebirth, death and rebirth, death and rebirth to finally get to this point of integration. Because it's every time we're going down to Hades, it's like we're going into our shadow, we're going into our own personal Mariana's Trench, we're going deep, we are retrieving the shadow, we're bringing it up, we're seeing it in the light, we're integrating it into the whole, we're going back down, coming back, we're doing this cycle over and over again. With the sun and the moon, it's like you're in a very almost effortless, which is like very impressive, a balance, like an internal harmony and flow. So this is either you within yourself, or you and someone else, or both. But either way, it's very impressive. Like, you've been doing the work for sure. Can you tell me more about the sun and the moon for Scorpio's energy? There's also something, though, they're saying, like, again, like I was saying, right? There's something that you are staying with and investing more into because it's very you. Like, it just feels like this thing was made with your name on it. It's something that is, it doesn't mean it always feels perfect or like easy. It doesn't mean that it doesn't come with its struggles, but it's like this feels very much you. It hits you in all the right places. It just does it for you. So this is probably something that has a level of depth and intensity to it that matches your own, but maybe is a little bit different, enough to keep you interested, and enough to challenge you. Something that you don't lose interest in, something that you can commit your whole heart to. And yeah, the Wheel of Fortune. Again, it almost has that like written in the stars sort of feeling. It's very much like you're aware that this fits together. And with the sun and the moon, right? Again, it's like a counterpart that is a perfect complement. Whatever this is, because feels so for you, it brings you to this place within yourself, or it highlights this place within yourself, or it allows you to strengthen and sustain this place within yourself, which is like as good as it can get. It's beautiful. So love that so much. What you're aligning with, or what's coming soon here, is the Page of Cups. I like it because there's passion here too. There's fire. Again, it's just highlighting, like, in most decks, the Page of Cups would not be red, right? The Page of Cups would probably be like a blue or a green type of color, a cool kind of color. The fact that this Page of Cups has red, just like, this screams Scorpio to me. I feel like this is something that is you might not even be fully aware. I think you have an inkling, which is why you're choosing to cooperate to build this to stay, because you know that something supports your overall well-being, or it like makes you feel empowered, or it makes you feel like yourself. Again, that doesn't mean it doesn't challenge you, but it kind of like sees all of you, or is able to hold space for all of you, even if it's like a job or an experience. It's like you feel like you can fully express and embody yourself with this, which is beautiful. That means you can like be your full authentic self, and it's not too much. It's not you don't have to limit or like repress any of yourself for this. But there's also this like innocence and openness, and like it's like a wholesome sort of energy. It's very pure with the Page of Cups. So it's something that you can trust. It's such an interesting energy that's coming through, because it's like it's probably something that turns you on. It's probably something that you desire, because that's very much you. But at the same, like, this would be someone that like you have a very romantic, sweet connection with, but you also like your sex life is like a bang in as well, like on point. So this is kind of like the best of both worlds, but again, in a way that is kind of perfectly tailored to you. So we love to see that. And here it's clarified. So there's To the Sea, Between Worlds, and then Co-Create came out after. So this is something, again, that it's like pieces that work very well together. Once they are calibrated, once they are like in this space of being disarmed and, you know, in the process, like Scorpios can be all or nothing, right? And that's because we know that once we give our heart, or once we commit to something, fixed water, generally it's like ride or die. Like, okay, well, you're with me and until we die now. Like, yeah, that's what you signed up for with a Scorpio. It's like, oh, you thought you were gonna get rid of me now? No, buddy. I'm here till your last dying breath. Once I give my heart to you. But there's something that it's like you're allowing yourself to put yourself out there, or someone else is putting themselves out there. There's this energy of vulnerability, which is so beautiful for Scorpionic energy, because vulnerability is Scorpio's superpower. And the reason why is because very few energies have the ability to go to these really, really dark places within themselves, to the shadow, to the depths of the soul or the heart, and then come back up with that wisdom and the intelligence, and like the emotional intelligence, the psychological understanding, the esoteric or spiritual knowing, to then like share that wisdom or shine light on that, or express it in a way that then others can truly gain something from. Like, it's a gift for others, because not everyone can go to those places. And with the Between Worlds, it's just drawing my attention back to this, right? Like between, can I go like this? Can I hold this in a way? It's like between worlds, right? See, like the lack of color on the side, the yin, the yang. It's not coming through as like you're in transit, like you're moving from one world to another. It's almost like, again, like Persephone, Hades, Persephone, and then back down to Hades. But it's a cycle, and it's holding the balance, holding the whole, holding space for all of it, witnessing all of it, and not needing to. This is something that can hold space, and it's like your darkness, your shadow, your demons, your depth, your intensity doesn't scare someone away. Or it's a situation or like a job where they give you like creative liberty, and they're just like, yeah, you know, like talk about sex, talk about magic, talk about the esoteric, talk about like all this taboo shit, you know, talk about psychology, and they kind of give you full reign, and then you feel so free to just be creative in this very pure and wholesome kind of way, which is just so, that's when magic happens. So then you're co-creating something from this beautiful energetic space. It's gorgeous. So your advice is the Hierophant, which is Taurian energy. Yeah. Sink into it, you know? Like here you're saying, I'm not walking away. I'm going to give to this. I'm going to actively make the choice to cooperate, to bring the best of me to the table. The Three of Pentacles is like, we come together, we all put our best foot forward and work together, and what is created is something very solid, something that is a masterpiece because of that like cohesion, and because we're committed to working with one another as a team, like being in sync with one another, showing up, like holding the balance. I bring my strengths to the table where that's not your forte, and vice versa. And then it's like a perfect balance, and this beautiful thing ends up being created. But with the Hierophant, it's about putting roots down. Like this is something that can become tradition, even if it isn't what your norm is. This would be like, it's someone that you can marry. Like the Hierophant is a card of marriage or strong commitment, like monogamous long-term commitment, someone that you would marry, would travel with, would maybe have a family with, something like that. Like it's serious, it's something that is it's tangible. It can be relied on to stand the test of time and to hold weight, even like for a long time coming. So it's like whatever you're building right now, yeah, this feels like poetic justice. This feels like something beautiful and karmic, like with the Wheel of Fortune, justice, death, the sun and the moon, and the Hierophant. It's powerful. For some of you, you are marrying someone. Justice and the Hierophant, that's marriage, or that's the potential for it. But it's basically, they're just saying, recognize, yeah, recognize, like see the truth and acknowledge what exactly you have right in front of you. Because this isn't something that just comes around every day. It's very, it's powerful, it's beautiful, and it's something that you can build with, you can rely on, and it's gorgeous. So I'm gonna leave your reading there, Scorpio. I love it, and I love you, and I'll talk to you guys soon, but we're gonna move on to Sag now. I got kind of lost in those energies because I could swim in that forever, not gonna lie. That was like juicy, sexy, yummy goodness. That was like the best of everything coming together. It was nice. I like it. Sagittarius. Okay. Saggy. Tap me into my Sagittarian's energy. What's happening in their immediate environment, or what's going on around them, an experience and energy that wants to be highlighted. supportive or validating messages or guidance for them surrounding this. Let's see. Okay. It's for you. Not gonna lie, love these readings and how like Spirit knew. Spirit was like, let's give her some uplifting messages this time, guys, because honestly, coming into this reading, I was like, it could go either way. We are at the kickoff of eclipse season, so I was like, are these messages gonna be slightly chaotic? But no, they are. Oh no, they're like. They're so cute. I needed this. My heart needed this. Okay. Those cards didn't come out, but I'm taking note of them. Well, because it's a vibe. Okay, one more card. Okay, yes. Yes, yes. Like stabilize, yeah. Pentacles. Okay. An oracle card for Sag. And that's the one over there. Oh, is it though? It is. I get one more though. That's the softness I was looking for to add to that element there. A little tiny fly. Okay, yes. This is nice. Done with that. Okay. Hi, Sag. I hope you guys are doing well. I gotta pick up the pace a little bit here again. Getting sucked into the beautiful energies though, and your reading looks like it's gonna be lovely as well. So I hope you guys are doing well. What's coming up in your energy or the experience that they want to highlight, like a flying, just flying around. Okay, so what is in your environment or what is the experience is the 8 of Wands. This is actually associated with Mercury in Sagittarius, so it's very you. But the 8 of Wands represents essentially like confident, expansive energy. And it can be quick moving, like quickly expansive, or like quite abundant. Jupiter energy, because that's your ruler. It can also talk about like swift communication coming in, usually favorable, or at least communication that like gets energy moving or creates like a shift where there is one needed. It's almost like opening a window and bringing like a fresh breeze in a little bit. Can you tell me more about the 8 of Wands? And then I am seeing this be positive because your energy also, I'll say this first before I clarify, your energy is the 3 of Cups. So for some of you, there's reconciliation happening here. The 3 of Cups can talk about like, it can talk about like making a move forwards to have a good time, essentially, to be in this lighthearted, celebratory energy around people that get you, that love you, that make you feel good, that you feel like that they feel good around you. It's just all around good vibes with the Three of Cups. It's like celebration. But it can also talk about reconciliation or like forgiveness or getting things back on track or bringing a light and can be like forgiveness or bringing grace to a situation. Returning something to a positive state if maybe there was like a fallout between you or someone. So there could be like communication for some of you coming in from someone outside of you, or this could be you as well since it's Mercury and Sag. But I feel like you, either way, whether you're on the giving or receiving end of this energy moving or this communication, you're in an energy of being open to reconciliation surrounding something, or just to having a good time, which like when are you not open to that? So can we clarify the overall landscape and Sagittarian's energy? The Ten of Swords in reverse, good. Justice, good. So yeah, there could be something that is being set right. Or it could be that something is, for some of you, someone's coming in or you are coming in to preemptively, like, it's like you're doing the right thing to avoid the wrong thing from unfolding, right? So this is almost, this hasn't happened, but you or someone else is taking action to make sure that things stay in good standing, essentially, rather than there being like a fallout or some sort of injustice or drama or betrayal or stress between you. So yeah, it feels good. It feels balanced. It feels like something that you can trust. Yeah, the Six of Pentacles, that also talks about like reciprocity, something that you can trust. If you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Like we're both showing up in equal parts. So it feels fair and balanced. Okay, so what you're aligning with or what is coming in soon is the Hermit, which is Virgo energy. We're in Virgo season, and we just had a Virgo new moon a few days ago, but we're also going to have another Virgo new moon, which is also going to be an eclipse. So that could also be the energy of this, you working with that energy. But the oracle cards that came out to clarify with this is conflict and grace. So there's, what's coming in is a deepened state of internal awareness that allows for a beautiful balance between tension and it's like holding your own, but also, again, it's just kind of like working with yourself or others, because you know when to hold your boundary or you know when to stand up for yourself, but you also know when to show others grace or to like give a little space. Conflict says will to power, hostility, jealousy, stubbornness, aggression, fear, competitiveness, or controversy. And grace says adornment, bring out beauty, elegance, the outer as a reflection of the inner, vanity, charisma, and self-expression. Yeah, again, you know when to be stubborn and you know when to compromise. You know when to compete or like hold your own, hold your stance on something, even if it might be like controversial or even if like some conflict might come up out of it. But you also know when to think beyond yourself, when to hold space for someone else, when to be in that energy of grace and elegance, where you're not making yourself smaller or becoming less or sacrificing yourself. You're still expressing yourself, but you're not having to like push or lead or, you know, like kind of take over. So this is like a balance, which is beautiful. And it's coming from an internal state of awareness. It's coming from you knowing yourself, essentially. well enough to do that and to know when to do that. Luna, I heard you scratching at the door. Are you coming in or? What's up, bitch? All right, there you go. She came in and she made an entrance. Hi, why you meowing? Okay. I'm hearing there's this idea that like conflict doesn't kill love, neglect does. So there's something here too about knowing, again, it's like knowing almost, it's the energy of picking your battles is also here. And again, that comes from knowing yourself internally and like when, no, that's not something I'm going to compromise on. I need to stand up for myself or I need to say something. Again, even if it brings a level of like controversy or conflict, it's nothing serious. It's like, so if this is a relationship with somebody, right? A certain level of conflict or like facing challenges together or not always agreeing is expected, and that actually brings you closer when you work through those things together. That's not going to kill love unless it's like, you know, toxic and constant, right? But whereas neglect, which is just like abandonment, rejection, ignoring the issues at hand, or like neglecting or not paying attention, right? Letting things slide or even like pushing things under the rug rather than addressing them head on. That's when love dies. It's like when you stop caring for it, when you neglect it, right? So there's something there about that. That's coming in the near future. I see you kind of like striking a balance with something here in that way. Hi, Loons. Hi, Fluffer. Fluffosaurus Rex. Okay, so your advice is the Four of Pentacles and the Page of Pentacles. It's like solidify something. This is like put roots into that foundation, like cement that foundation. Apply yourself to the opportunity at hand, because something solid can be built here. There is an element of needing to work like through something though, because conflict with the Five of Wands at the bottom of the deck, yeah, there's this balance again, because here's the Nine of Pentacles in reverse, which would be an energy of compromise. But then the Five of Wands is like, but standing up for yourself too, like not just rolling over. So it's finding the balance, and then that is when success with the Six of Wands is achieved. So there does need to be this kind of like, again, it's about going within yourself to know where your boundaries are and what you will compromise and what you won't, so that as you move forwards with something, even if it's in a community or a group or a workplace or a relationship, whatever it is, within that dynamic, it's balanced, it's fair, everybody's needs are being met. I fucking love her so much. So that's what I see. Woo. Anything else about the advice here for Sag? It's something tangible though. It's like, yeah, don't be afraid to look at this Lovers card too. It has an eclipse on it. This eclipse season is something significant's happening there for you. Because I already mentioned it with this Hermit energy. You could be receiving some really great karma, or something is like clicking into place for you. It might be something that you don't see coming, but something that you have put work into, even if indirectly, even if the work that you've done is like on your own heart, or if it's in a relationship with somebody else, to find that balance. Like I see that very much paying off as long as you show up, you know? It's like, it's not going to take a lot of effort. It just takes knowing yourself and knowing that you are abundant and knowing that this is abundant and showing up and like laying the foundation. And I feel like you're going to build a mansion on top of that foundation, or you're going to build like a very strong and healthy relationship on top of that foundation. And again, it's one where you're not sacrificing or losing yourself. In fact, I see you becoming even more clear and fully embodied and expressed within that. So I think that that is really beautiful, Sag. So that's the message that I got for you. Okay. That was like very clear and direct as well. But you kind of came in right from the first card and you were like, I'm speaking my language and it's you. That's one thing that I will always love about Sagittarian energy is just like, for the most part, you guys, you know who you are and you know who you aren't, and you are confident with that, and you show up as you, usually boldly, beautifully, and you know, with this like vivacious life energy that is inspiring and unapologetic. And you say it how it is, and usually you get what you want because you take that approach, and that's what I see. So beautiful, Sagittarius. We're moving on to Capricorn now. Capricorn, but I love you. And have an amazing eclipse season. Oh, okay. She's just like she's like half asleep. Oh, you're sleeping with your eye. You're just basically sleeping standing up, little whiskey head. Oh, whiskey baby. Yeah, whiskey. Whiskies. Okay. There's our girl. That's our girl. All right. Obligatory Luna, like, moment. All right. If you are not a cat person or you don't like it, this is you leaving my channel. I'm not kidding though, because in this house we love Luna and animals in general. Okay. Capricorn. Let's see. Cappy. Hi, Underdog Tarot. She's really adorable. It's true. She knows it too. Hi. Hi. She's extremely fluffy though. She's a Norwegian forest cat. And they are hairy mofos, to say the least. But adorable. Adorable. And she's like, I'm pretty sure it's time for us to be snuggling. Like, why are we not cuddling in bed watching House of Cards right now? Like, what's going on? I'll be with you shortly, my friend. I'm rewatching House of Cards right now. I'm getting my dark drama fix. Okay, what's going on for Capricorn? What's going on? Okay. Just sitting there, like falling asleep. Her eyes are open, like just enough to keep an eye on me. go turn off that lamp over there because I just don't think it's needed. And it is not warm light. It's like the only lamp in my room that is not warm light. It's just not doing it for me right now, guys. So I need the harsh glare from that corner of the room to cease to exist, because it's harshing my mellow a little bit. Give me 1 second to do that. Oh. Okay, yeah, my leg just cracked when I got up too. That's nice. Hi, Pookie. What's up, Pookie? What's up, whiskey head? Hi. Okay. Can we see? Can we still see? Did that make it like a lot really dark? No. No, not at all. Okay, we're good. Capricorn. What does Capricorn need highlighted? Well, about this time, okay, that shuffle was an absolute and utter fail. Let's try that again. All right, that will do. Nice, love that. Love that as well. Whoa. It's too many. Why? Why that? Okay, something's still coming together, but it is coming together in a very powerful way. Okay, let's get an oracle card. Yeah, it's catching up to ya. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Okay. Lunars are so cute though. Okay. Hi, Cappy. How are you guys doing? Sexy baddies, you. I hope you're doing well. So let's get into this and see what's going on in and or around you and in the near future and all of that jazz. Okay, so in your energetic landscape is the 8 of Swords in reverse. We love that. This is essentially like the lightening of a burden, a mental burden. First and foremost, it's someone is working through liberating themselves from some sort of trigger or fear, but it's mostly like it did originate from some place, right? So this could be someone who like has trauma, but it has nothing to do with you, but they have trust issues and they're working through those fears, right? So it's not directly related to you, but it could be something triggered by you, something essentially that they have to like move through in order to be hopeful or be on the same page as you. I'm kind of seeing this as like something is catching up to where you're at, because the energy that you are in is the 10 of Pentacles. That, I know that as a Capricorn, you just eat that up, baby. You know you like to see that. Mwah. So that's gorgeous. Essentially, you are in an energy of stability, abundance, wealth, having, and wealth is like a lot of things constitute the overall idea of having a lot of value in your life, right? So that's like having good people around you that you can rely on. That's like having a healthy family, that's having a nice home, that's, you know, having a nice savings account, or a job that you're inspired by that feels stable. It's whatever it is for you. It's like there's different elements to the 10 of Pentacles, but the 10 of Pentacles overall, the energy represents kind of like the wholeness of all of those vital pieces that make your world, and the way that you like it, all of that coming together. And I feel like you are embodying that right now, which is gorgeous. So what's the 8 of Swords in reverse in your environment? Let's see. The Hierophant in reverse. Someone could have a fear of commitment, or it's coming through as like a stubbornness. Yeah, this is someone who's been hurt before, for sure. The Queen of Cups in reverse with the 5 of Cups. Yeah, that's someone who's still recovering, and there's a lot of fear kind of like around them. But I see that like because their energy is actively the 8 of Swords in reverse, this is someone who is, and even if this is you, then this is like a supportive energy that's helping you move through your fears of maybe really committing to something that would bring you this, or like add to this. If it's not somebody outside of you, it could be that too. But I do feel like it's more, well, no, it could be a part of you catching up to, it could be like essentially like the part of you that knows your worth versus like imposter syndrome that pops up every once in a while based on having been fucked over or hurt in the past, right? So that could totally be it as well. But I'm kind of getting more strongly for most of you, this is most likely someone outside of you. Take it how it resonates though. This is someone who is slow to, they're quite stubborn. They are going to move on their time. That's Taurian energy, and they are slowly, like kind of painstakingly coming out of this apathetic place of fear, right? The Lovers in reverse. This is about not seeing things clearly because you're more in an energy of fear and disappointment, again, from the past. This is someone who's coming out of that. And I love that the cards under that is the King of Cups in the upright and the 3 of Cups. So this is someone who's resolving. They're not only resolving like the woundedness, but they're actually up leveling as they integrate the lessons that they learn and as they release themselves or liberate themselves from those fears. This is something very deep within this person that has not been resolved yet or reconciled, but they're doing it. Like, I really love the up level here. because this is something that doesn't happen without a level of conscious intentional commitment on this person's behalf. So that tells me like they are facing their fears, they are doing their shadow work, they're getting it done, and that's great, because you're showing me that you are committed to this. So this is someone who maybe is like they have every intention of committing to you long term, but they're also like, I also realize that I have certain triggers and fears, and I need to maybe like take it slow, but we're gonna get there eventually. Like they are committed, they are on their way, but again, it's kind of like you are maybe a couple steps ahead of them, or you are slightly more ready. You feel slightly more ready for this maybe than they do. Anything about that 10 of Pentacles? Wow. The 4 of Pentacles in reverse and the 4 of Swords. Whoa. You're letting go of something. There's a trade-off. There's a sacrifice, but it's not. Yeah, there's definitely a sacrifice, because in your advice is also the Hanged Man, which talks about sacrifice. And I'm seeing that with like the 4 of Pentacles in reverse. There's something that you are letting go of that is currently like a foundational element to your life, but you're showing me that you are like 1,000% with the 4 of Swords. They're at peace with this. This is like, you know that the juice is worth the squeeze. This could even be you like sacrificing your time, energy, effort to be open to, you're not waiting on this person, but it's like you're offering them patience and empathy and almost supporting them as they catch up to you. I'm not seeing you as being stagnant. I'm seeing you as being very much like still in an energetic flow, but you're making this sacrifice because you know that it is up leveling you. Like whatever you let go of is kind of like coming back to you tenfold, is almost what I'm getting. And because you see that very clearly, you're willing to essentially hold space for someone or something. I like that. Okay, so what you're aligning with, or what is coming in soon for you, is the Page of Wands in reverse. So this, there might be like a little bit of, it's not a snag, not hitting a snag, but this is like someone, what this feels like to me is someone coming to you and saying like, this is where I've been hurt in the past, and I have a little bit of doubt, or I still have like some fearful residue because of that. Like I'm still releasing trauma, or I'm still getting back to a place where I can just jump into something believing that the best is possible, not thinking of like, okay, but what if that thing from the past repeats again, right? This is someone who's just, they're working on it again, they're showing up, and I like that they're being honest about it, because I feel like this is them kind of like sharing that with you, being real about where they're at essentially in the process, which is great, because then you're not, like I said, you're not just waiting on them, but they are involving you in that, and you're able to support them. So then even as this person is catching up, quote unquote, you're still simultaneously co-creating and building with them, right? So it's like they're still in this with you. They're just healing something within that dynamic so that they can be like as open and confident and expressive within it as you are, maybe. And that's clarified by these cards. So guides, and then relief and death came out together. This person, they do have a spiritual element to them for sure, with the Hierophant, the Queen of Cups and the Page of Wands, they're connected to like life force energy, or they are, even if they're just connected to their instincts or their intuition, this is someone who they can feel themselves. They know, like, they listen to their inner knowing and what it tells them they need, so they don't try to rush the process either, which is really great. Because when we try to rush the process, that's when we can like overpromise and then disappoint people. And it's not that we mean to, right? It's just sometimes we want to be through the healing process before we actually are, or whatever. I'm not seeing it as coming from, it doesn't usually come from a bad place, but this person is just being real with you, and they're trusting their guidance, they're trusting where they're at. They do feel divinely guided towards this with you. But I'm seeing this death process, like this transformation of healing, it does complete in the near future, and then there's this sense of relief felt. And even just, I think that this person feels a sense of relief that they can share this with you, that they trust you enough to be disarmed about their own internal process, even though it's intimate and even though it's tender. So that says a lot about you as well, Capricorn. So yeah, and your advice is the Hanged Man. Neptunian energy. It talks about transcendent love, higher love, the love that offers empathy and grace and understands that, like, hey, life is life, and we all have one of these moments, you know? So why would you judge someone for that, or like be like, well, because you're in this, it's like, and it's not that there's anything wrong with someone who would see someone in this place and be like, I don't want to meet you where you're at in your process, but that is kind of, it's not like higher, it's not transcendent, it's more, it's like stiff, you know? It's like, ultimately, if we do, as just humans, right? If we do want to support and love each other, and, you know, we are here to walk each other home or experience this crazy thing called life together, if we want to essentially make that journey more pleasant and bearable for one another, then there's an element of needing to know that you can't control where someone is at in their own process, what they're ready for and what they're not. And if you were to try to like rush them or pressure them, you would be doing both them and yourself a disservice ultimately, right? You would be probably sabotaging the very thing that you want out of impatience or the need to control. But you are seeing things from a higher perspective, and so then you're taking the high road with this approach. Like, there's an energy of compassion, empathy, humility, patience, understanding, and just really nice love. It feels like higher love. That's what it feels like, that you're offering this person, but that's also your advice as well. They're saying that is going to be the route to like getting the best possible outcome for everyone involved. So there's an element with the Hanged Man of, you could call it sacrifice, but you can also call it surrender, you know? It's just, again, the understanding that if someone's not ready to move yet, then they're not ready to move yet. If they're still working through an insecurity, then they're still working through an insecurity. But the important thing is the Seven of Pentacles. Like, there's a difference between someone who's just stagnant and in their woundedness, like not doing the work. This is someone who's getting their hands dirty. They're invested in their healing process, and because they're invested in that, they're getting closer and closer to being able to fully like take that leap with more courage or fearlessness into the sun with you. And that's what the payoff to this is, it seems like. But the cards that came out to clarify is the Eight of Cups in reverse with the High Priestess. Yeah, You could have very strong Scorpio or Piscean energy in your chart as well. There's that influence with the Hanged Man and the High Priestess. It's very heavy here. But there's something that you're not just like, oh, I'm just giving this person the benefit of the doubt for no reason. You are also very tapped into your own intuition. This is like you're not giving up on this person, you're not walking away, or again, you're not just kind of being like, well, we're not aligned, I guess, because you're not like perfectly calibrated or caught up to where I am. You're not able to fully invest exactly as much as I am because you're still healing. So I'm going to choose to leave, right? You have an intuitive awareness that, or understanding coming from somewhere deeper. You can feel that this is worth staying invested in. You believe in this person and you believe in what you could build with them as well. So that's what I see for you. But yeah, you already know. So they're just kind of saying, yeah, follow that path. Something very beautiful. It's a beautiful gift that you're offering this person, holding space for them in this way. And you're also learning how to trust yourself. And especially when after you trust yourself here and then you get this very beautiful outcome that's going to be something that kind of like makes you more confident in your own intuition in the future as well, I think. So it's really like a win-win. And I think you're also gaining this person's respect and their trust as well. Because when someone is showing up in a wounded way, or when maybe like especially if they're still healing old wounds, there could be times when, again, they get triggered or they lash out a little bit, and it's not to do with you. But if you are in that space of personal security and you know that it's not personal, and I'm not saying like let someone abuse you, let someone be a piece of shit. No, that's not what we're saying here. But there's a middle ground, again, of like just being a decent human and holding space for others who are also experiencing the fucking human condition, which has its highs and lows. We all get hurt sometimes, and we need those people who offer us grace and love when we need it most, when we are healing. So yeah, kind of getting emotional. It's a really beautiful gift that you are offering. Again, it's like this higher octave of love. It's something transcendent, and this gift is not lost on this person. Yeah, they know. They're grateful, and I would not be surprised if they at some point express their gratitude to you. So yeah, you're building something beautiful with this person, Capricorn. So that's where I'm going to leave your reading. I love you. And we're going to move on to Aqua now. That's beautiful energy. Felt like I wanted to cry a little bit there for a second. What's up? Oh, new people in the chat. What's up, Star Lava? I'm doing good. How are you? Hi, Lita, Josephine. What's up, V-Dub? Aw, you're welcome. It's good to see you guys. My voice is calming. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's good to see you guys. Sorry, I had the chat covered so that I wouldn't get distracted while I was doing the actual reading. So I just now am seeing what you guys are saying. Thanks for being here, you guys. It's been a hot second. I explained at the beginning of the reading why I've been kind of a little bit MIA, but I am very glad to be back. Okay. Aquarius. Aquarius. Is there still some iced coffee left in here? Oh yeah. We have an espresso machine, and I have this summer mastered the art of the iced coffee, like with oat milk. Oh yes, it is so on point. Problem is I now have even more of a caffeine addiction, but we're just not gonna face that for now. It's delicious though. energy. Woo! What's going on with my beautiful, loving, rebellious, humanitarian baddies? My revolutionary geniuses. Where are you at? Where are you at? Yeah, there's a lot of ice in there. We're almost at just ice now, but the last drink or the last slurps are they're doing what they need to do. Okay, one more shuffle. All right, so Aquarius. Hey, what do you want to highlight for my Aquarians at this time? Oh my goodness. Okay. There's something big going on here because we've got 3 out of 4 major arcana cards. Excuse me. My voice is getting a little, my throat's getting a little dry from talking so much. Okay. Starting your reading at 11:11, Aquarius. Oh yeah. Way to be cliche. Wow. Okay. There's something interesting here. My gosh, what's going on with my throat? My throat. Let me just see something quickly here. Okay. Want to double check. All right, so hi Aquarius. I hope you guys are doing because you're doing good. So let's take a look at what's going on here for you. There's definitely, I'm hearing that U2 song, She Moves in Mysterious Ways, but it's like the universe is she. So it's like the universe moves in mysterious ways. Something about that's coming through. So there could be something about the situation that we're going to talk about here where maybe there's still a bit of a cosmic mystery, or this could be something that has felt like slight cosmic fuckery maybe for some of you. Call it fuckery, call it mystery, call it what you will, but one way or another, yeah, the energetic landscape or experience is coming through as the High Priestess in reverse, and then the energy that you are in is the King of Cups. Aww, look at you, just freaking all in your heart, just embodying all that beautiful humanity, that empathy, that trusting of your intuition, being tapped in to yourself, to the needs of others, being generous with your heart space. I love it. Okay, so with the High Priestess in reverse, this is like a realization. Something either being shared with you directly from someone else that had not, I'm not really seeing it as being like a secret being kept, but no, it's just something coming to your awareness. And the thing is, though, okay, I don't know if this is I don't know if this is forever or for now, but I'm getting a very strong and clear message, so only take this if this is your message, and feel free to check your other placements or other signs, or even cross watch or whatever if it's not, okay? But don't like take this message in or whatever if you don't resonate with it, if it's not your story. But what I'm kind of seeing is that you love someone. You definitely have some real substantial feelings for someone here, and they go pretty deep, and they're complex, they're multifaceted, but they are there. But with the High Priestess in reverse, I'm seeing something kind of like come out. It's coming through as like maybe a weight being dropped here, or this could come through as somebody like so if you're invested in something with someone right now, or you're moving towards some sort of goal or commitment, this could be someone, I just got to be real with you, like kind of, it's coming through as like they get freaked out, they get like spooked is almost how it's coming through. It's coming through as very much not personal in regards to you, but it's like this person is like, they kind of get spooked and they just like drop everything that they're carrying and like run in the other direction, right? I'm kind of seeing as what is revealed to you is someone is in a state of kind of like unreadiness to completely open up their heart space to you and like essentially meet you where you're at. Okay, so it's like the 10 of Wands in reverse, death, which I'm kind of reading in this as like the closure of something. But again, it's just kind of like, oh, something feels heavy. I can't handle that. I'm just dropping it. And then the 3 of Wands in reverse, then it's all of a sudden just not showing up on your horizon anymore. So this could be something that you have plans. It's like, even if someone, like, let's say this is something like you have plans to travel with someone or something like that. This could be like, they're just like, oh, can't do that. Like they might have an excuse as well with the 7 of Swords here, but it's really coming from fear and like a lack of security in themselves. Something about this level of commitment or investment at this time scares this person. And so I feel like it's something that you're anticipating, expecting, looking forwards to maybe, but then all of a sudden it's just like that's not happening anymore. Um Essentially it's someone kind of making like you becoming aware of where someone is really at in contrast to where you're at and how much they're actually able to invest and give because of that. But under the Seven of Swords is the Magician in reverse, the Star in reverse, the Knight of Swords in reverse, and then there's Strength in reverse, and the Three of Cups in reverse, and the Eight of Wands in reverse, and the Nine of Swords. So it's coming through really clear. It's like, and this isn't even coming through with all of these major arcanas like Magician, Star, High Priestess, Strength. Um, all of these are major arcana cards. So its spirit is really saying this is like a divine timing thing. You might want to even watch, whose reading was that? I think it was Capricorn's reading. It was about like a process that you can't speed up. It's like you can't force someone to be somewhere where they're not before they're there, right? Like if someone is just not healing, like not in that place on their healing journey, I'm not seeing it as being like this person's not putting work into their healing or they don't want to heal. It's just it's coming through as they're just not there yet. And so because of that, because they haven't fully healed here, whatever this is, they're not really seeing clearly, or they're easily spooked, or they're kind of scared by the unknown. And with the Magician, it's like you're just not on the same page, or they are maybe manifesting from a place of fear or a lack of hope because of where they're at personally. And so then something maybe just can't come together right now because of that. And again, I don't know if this is like just right now or forever, but there's definitely an element of divine timing and involvement that's coming up in this. It feels very like Wheel of Fortune energy. So I don't know if this person's gonna communicate this in, I don't know how open, honest, like mature. I don't know if this person is someone who would just like ghost and disappear because they feel vulnerable. But that is what it's coming down to. Is like this might be someone who self-sabotages by creating drama or lashing out at you and pushing you away because you're getting a little too close, or things are getting too serious, and then it's making them realize like I'm not ready for this, or maybe that's just what they're telling themselves. This could be that they haven't healed an internal narrative about like their own self-worth and their own hope. But I am seeing a level of vulnerability in this person that's making me feel for them. Like it's not coming through as this is a bad person or like they want to hurt you. But the Three of Cups in reverse, the Eight of Wands in reverse, it's kind of like I do see there being a bit of a division between the two of you, or maybe like something stops moving forward. This could also be this person just kind of like, could be that they dip and they just stop talking to you or cut off communication, but I'm seeing it more as like something just kind of like taking a step back from where it was. So if something had reached a certain level of commitment, then maybe this person is like, okay, I got to step back from that. I got to slow down. But essentially, it's the reason that it's where it's coming from is they are letting their anxiety win. And again, it's not really coming through as like they're consciously choosing, well, I'm going to let my anxiety win. It's more so that just they don't have the strength internally right now to like push through that. They don't have the strength, the hope, the mental, they're not seeing it clearly. And I feel like they're scared, and it's coming through as like self-sabotaging or just not seeing not seeing themselves as ready or worthy, sort of thing. So what's aligning with you, or what is coming through in the near future, is the Chariot in reverse with this winter solstice card, which says reflection in reverse as well. It's just something hitting an impasse with the Chariot in reverse there. And it's not, I want to stress that it's not that this person doesn't feel your love, feel the connection, reciprocate the feelings, or have the even like desire to push forwards, but they don't feel capable in their current state. They feel like they have to be on their own right now. They feel like they have to work to build up their own like personal, this could be their sense of self. This could be someone who, again, like they got hurt, or they're healing and they're rebuilding their sense of self, or they're rebuilding their belief in themselves and their capabilities or something, so that then they can move forwards with this confidence. And there's something about this person having just not done the full amount of reflection needed to get to that place of confidence and integration within themselves. But it's also coming through as like, because they're not in that place, they're not able to like meet you. Again, they're not reflecting your energy. They can't reciprocate that energy. They can't reflect it back at you. So essentially it's like, it's a misalignment energetically at this time. There's a lot of emotion here, I'm not gonna lie. This person, yeah, they don't want to hurt you. They don't want to play games. I think they might actually have an insecurity about hurting you, which could be why when you get close, they're like, nope, because I think that they see the depth and purity of your love. They respect you, and I do feel that they have strong feelings for you as well. But it's like they know where they're at. They know. And they don't want to pretend that it's like they don't want to pretend that they're further along and then hurt you by like going further and then telling you, like, and then freaking out when you're already like further along, is what I'm getting. So your advice is the Lovers in reverse here. I'm going to clarify that, but this is the thing. Like, yeah, I need to see what Spirit's full advice for you is, but the Lovers is present. And when the Lovers is even present, even when it's in the reverse, it just means that like right now, the fear is stronger than the love. And it's because there's that lack of integration of confidence, sense of self, healing. This person's still coming out of a cycle that they haven't closed out yet. They're very much in the process. And like most of their cards, all of their cards that came out are in reverse, except for the Six of Wands and the Nine of Swords, where they are like, where their anxiety is kind of like winning at this time. But I'm seeing this come through as like a bit of a wake-up call for you. It might hit you. It might be kind of emotional. This person could even like have quite an emotional, they could express themselves emotionally even in like kind of a raw way. They could even tell you that they feel guilty, or that they wish that they were somewhere else. I don't know. I see this person coming through as being like sincere, which might make it a little bit even like, you know, like sometimes that hurts even more, because you're like, why would the universe do this to me? There is a reason. I know it doesn't make it easier, trust me, but it's like there's something with this person where something that has activated in you has not yet activated in them. See, they don't have the power of their heart space isn't as healed and ready as yours is. It is about that. It is about their heart space, their emotional space. But for that reason, there can't really be like a clear, empowered flow or natural stream of energy. It's like something that this person has not integrated or grounded yet. And so, yeah, because it's not completed, that is what is kind of like the issue here. So, clarify the Lovers in reverse for me, please. Is there any more advice for Aquarius around this? The Ace of Wands, the Two of Pentacles in reverse, the Three of Pentacles in reverse, and then the Ace of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords, Two of Cups in reverse. They're saying that you have to see it from a higher perspective. Like there's something bigger at work here. But you have three aces here. It's like, it's kind of also saying though that you are in alignment with something that's pretty abundant and it's on your timeline. Like you're meant to receive something. It could be a blessing or an opportunity, but if you kind of like hitch yourself to this person, well, I don't really see them slowing you down unless like you act like they leave and then you just wait. But I don't see them asking you to wait. So I wouldn't recommend doing that. They're kind of saying like, it is what it is, at least for now. This connection is real. It's there. You did not like, you're not in the tunnel of Delulu. No. It's real. But because of the lack of alignment, if you stay trying to sync up with them, it will drain your energy. It will pull you out of your alignment because you're gonna have to calibrate yourself to their frequency and they're just not where you're at. You know what I mean? So they're kind of saying to make the decision to not put your time, effort, and energy towards this right now. But they're highlighting with these three aces are very fucking powerful. This is very loud, but you notice that the ace that's missing is the Ace of Cups. But you have all the love that you need to move forward, so you don't need the Ace of Cups. But it's like the Ace of Wands, your energy is, your inspiration is meant to, your life force energy is meant to go towards a new opportunity that's coming through, but it requires you to see the truth that, again, the connection is there, but right now it's just not in a state of alignment. For some of you, yeah, it's mixed though. So this is not for all of you. So this is why I hate giving messages like this, because I feel like I don't want to give messages that are like, let's just say this. Never wait, okay? Because you will throw yourself out of alignment and you will probably also put energetic pressure on this person's process, which is not going to help them either if you wait. Even if you're not saying anything, there's like an energetic investment that would still influence things. But they're saying that for some of you, like, there won't be a breakthrough moment with this further down. You're something better is going to come your way that is in alignment with you. But for some of you, it's a timing thing, and it's like you're meant to leave this for now or let them go, like essentially like healthy detachment, let go of expectations surrounding this. But it's kind of saying like you'll get your wish at some point, but it's not something you're meant to try to control, anticipate, or like wait for or slow yourself down for, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like if you hold on, you're going to keep yourself stuck. So that's not going to be helpful. There's something you are meant to receive and experience now that needs your energy and attention. So that's what I'm seeing. Okay, Aquarius? Sorry if that was kind of not the message that you wanted to hear. But however, it is true, and the truth liberates. So at least you know that it's very clear, like at least from spirit, the advice is pretty clear that this is something that you shouldn't sacrifice your own abundance or like new opportunities for. Okay, and you're gonna have to trust your own internal knowing surrounding like if this is coming through in the future for you or not. What's up, Cass? Audiobook stuff. Ooh, that would be fun. I should see voiceover. I did journalism and broadcasting. That's like one of like the three things that I studied in university. And my journalism profs were like, you need to do radio. I was like, do you want me to be poor for the rest of my life? Do you want me to succeed? Like, what do you say? But they're like, yeah, no, you have the voice for radio. It has like a pleasing, I think it's because it's not too high. I don't know. But thank you. I'm glad that it is pleasing to the ear. But I love you, Aquarius. I love you so much. You guys are, I don't have favorites, but you're one of my favorites. If I did, which I don't, but if I did, you'd be one of them. But I love you so very much. And yeah, we're going to move on to Pisces. So last but never least, my fishy fam. Where are my fellow Pisces at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Okay. Pisces. Oh, I'm splitting on the Wheel of Fortune and the Empress. I see you. What's going on? Pisces. What is going on for my beautiful Pisceans? Okay. That feels pretty nice. You need to open the door for you? Let me let Luna out for a second here. Okay, we have one more card. Okay. Get an oracle card. See what's going on. My angel fish. My angel fish. I need an angel fish. Okay. Let's see. Okay, time stamp, yeah. Hi, Pisces. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful angelfish fam. I hope you guys are doing well as always. And I hope that you are prepared for our North Nodal motherfucking eclipse that's coming up at the beginning of September. Can one be prepared for such a thing? I don't know. It's my North Nodal return, so please pray for me, is all I have to say about that. There's also something in my eyeball. Yeah, I feel like the universe is going to non-subtly slingshot me into alignment with my Dharma, and they are not going to give a fuck how comfortable or uncomfortable the process feels for me. So keep you posted on that. All right. So I see strong Taurian energy, and I also see Saturnian energy, so all of the fixed signs. So very strong Taurus, but then also Aquarius, Leo, and Scorpio is showing up here too. So the energetic landscape is coming through for you as the universe, which is the world card in this deck, which is so pretty. Look at that. This is really lovely because it's kind of giving me that, you know those moments when like time kind of seems to, when you like bend time or when time seems to stop. It's kind of like those, like when infinity fits into one night. Have you ever had that experience? You're a Pisces, so what am I? Of course you have. Or it's those moments where you like think of yourself literally physically being at this location and looking up at the sky. It's one of those moments where it just hits you, right? How big and how small you are in the big scheme of things, like in the interconnectedness of all things, and just like the magic, the wonder, the beauty of creation, of how everything just fits together perfectly. And so I feel like there's something that is like, there's a pretty special and powerful or significant time that that's available to you, or it's around you, it's in your surrounding energy. This does also speak to quite a large cycle of your life closing out to make way for something new. You're in the energy of the Three of Wands, so I definitely see you with your little Piscean spidey senses. You can feel this coming. Like, you are already anticipating this. The Three of Wands, it's the card of like, I'm sensing what is coming next on the horizon. I'm feeling what's up next for me. So you could be in almost this like in between void, like womb like sort of space. It's kind of the place like between the world and the Fool's Leap, where you have that little pocket again that kind of seems to be like outside of time and space, and it's just like a moment of rest, a moment of integration, a moment of kind of like taking stock of how far you fucking come, and being just having a moment of gratitude and just soaking in this energy of being like, yeah, I did that, I completed that, or like, look at how fucking far I've come. Or just, it's like having a healthy level of pride and gratitude, even for things that have been challenging, because you know that you've gotten through them. So you can look at it and be like, yeah, you can look at it with love. The Queen of Cups. I love it. Okay, so clarify the world for me, please. What is that talking about for Pisces? Yeah, a significant phase or chapter of your life or cycle is closing out. Judgment in reverse. I feel like it's a cycle where there was a lack of something actually being reconciled. So for some of you, this is like a cycle of your life where you had, like, let's say, let's say it was like a relational cycle. Like maybe it was a Saturnian cycle. Maybe you're closing out a cycle like me, 7 years long. Oh yeah, buddy. Fuck my life, but you know, we made it. We out here, we survived barely, but hey. So in that case, you are having a moment of like, duh, thank God I made it, and like look at genuinely how I am not the same person. Like 10 different very different versions of me have existed within this cycle. It's one of those moments where everything kind of it's like it gives you context, major context. But this could be like a relationship cycle that was like, let's say you were working through, yeah, let's say you're working through like daddy issues or something like that. And maybe if you had like, let's say you had an absent father, just as an example, or something like that. And so then everybody that you dated romantically fell into that same pattern. And so there was like something that was repeating in a pattern that was kind of painful. It was meant to teach you a lesson so that you could heal and move out of that. But something was like not reconciling for the longest time. Now it's being reconciled. Now it's finally closing out, and it feels so good. I feel like it feels freeing. There's a sense of like liberation of the soul and a purification or regeneration of the heart that is so gorgeous. There's with the Saturnian energy here. Oh yeah, and Saturn's gonna dip back into Pisces too. Saturn had been in Pisces, right? Oh, that's totally part of this. Yeah, especially with the North Node. This is something, yeah, dharmic, karmic, Saturnian cycle. It feels significant for you. Mm-hmm. Pay attention. I don't remember the exact dates, but Saturn will move back into Pisces for a bit and then go back into Aries again. Something significant could happen. This closure could happen during that time, maybe. But you feel this coming. Like you're aware. You know the healing that you've done. You know like where the current state of your heart and what you're ready for. So it's coming through as like very clear in that sense to me. Okay. What the hell? Okay. So what you're aligning with, or what is coming in soon for you, is the Hierophant with this oracle card of deep knowing. I mean, yeah, you know, you got this knowing. I mean, you kind of always have this, but it's really beautiful paired with the Hierophant, because the Hierophant is kind of like the yang complement to the yin of the High Priestess, which is very much your energy, the moon, right? This is more like the masculine, more structured, maybe traditional, assertive kind of energy. It can be more like religion versus spirituality, or like creating a structure, like kind of like religion, right? Like structured belief system, versus like something with a backbone versus just intuition, right? Which is just all out there, just flowing around. But this is kind of coming through as the integration of both kinds of deep knowing. It's almost, yeah, this is Saturn in Pisces vibes, because it's coming through as providing a supportive structure for your water, for your intuition, but not one that stifles, not one that has like rules that makes you sacrifice any of this. Again, it's like it's the yin and the yang coming together to complement one another in a beautiful way. I feel like Saturn has helped you with this. And this could even be like discipline in your spiritual practice that you've been honing, or and maybe that has helped you with discernment, and then confidence in discernment has helped you trust your intuition, right? So it all like feeds into one another, but there's something structurally that you've done, or you've created a container for your ocean, and that container is not it's not restricting you, it's supporting you. It's like adding to your power, your strength. Mm-hmm. So the Hierophant can also talk about a level of commitment to something. It's Taurian energy, and it's like grounding something in, making something real, something actually like putting roots down. So can you clarify the Hierophant and deep knowing? What is this that is coming soon for, what does Pisces know? What is this high knowing, or high knowing, deep knowing? I put the Hierophant and deep knowing together and said high knowing. Maybe some of you have got some high knowing. Or maybe some of you have done some psychedelics recently. Actually, when you are closing out, and again, only like, please always do what is best for you and what you're comfortable with. Don't ever take something that I say and be like, that's the word, you know, like I'm gonna go do that because Lisa said. But no, but sometimes when you are closing out a very significant cycle and you're in that in-between space that can feel kind of trippy, honestly, it can kind of feel like the Twilight Zone because something really significant is shifting. Something like that, like a mushroom trip or something like that, can really help you wrap your head around like the entirely different reality that you're moving into. Because sometimes it can be, especially with something spiritual, it's like, let's say you timeline shift, right? All of a sudden, like your reality feels very different. It can actually be pretty disorienting, and it can be hard for the logical mind to integrate that knowing, because it's like, it's spiritual, it's a higher knowing, it's not something that you can substantiate or justify by like facts and figures and statistics, right? So sometimes in order to like get you past the fear or just help you see things from that higher perspective, something that helps you like bend reality like that can be sort of helpful. So don't don't worry like about doing that. Obviously, don't go out and like go on a psychedelics bender if that's not something that like you've done before or you feel safe doing. But for some of you, that could help you integrate this experience. But can you tell me more about what the, well, okay, the Son of Wands, that's the Knight of Wands. There's a level of like passion, desire, and inspiration. I'm seeing it very much in the sacral. Some of you are having a Kundalini awakening, or that is like completing. Like you're learning how to bring your energy all the way up, but probably like make it move where you want in your body. Coming through as like mastery of your own energy and your own desire, which is like life force energy. There's something that is this Knight of Wands Pisces? Yes. You're integrating something from the past. A truth that you didn't have before some sort of very deep transformative process has happened within you. There's something that you were looking at through the eyes of a child, maybe still through like maybe you were seeing something through your woundedness. And so you were still seeing it as like, I don't understand why that had to happen to me, or I don't understand why I went through that trauma, or why did this injustice take place. It's like you weren't understanding the purpose of it, something from your past. But there's a connection to the heart as this deep knowing clicks into place, and it's like you recognize how whatever that is, it maybe was the catalyst for making you vulnerable for this necessary transformation, which like was the prerequisite for the next thing that you're being offered or moved into. Something like that could be the case for some of you. I see you just moving forwards with this confidence once this clicks into place, because it's like you not only have your intuition, but you have your instincts as well. And I feel like you're so rooted in, and you are so confident in your higher knowing and your flow and mastery of your energy and your internal world that you move forwards with this confidence, and you really trust where your desire and your instincts guide you as well, which might be new for you, but I see it leading you to like really exciting places. For some of you, it's leading you to your soul fam. It's leading you to success, recognition, create like a creative project, or a creative like collaboration that very much aligns with you and speaks to your soul, and might like very much have an impact on those who receive it. Okay, so your advice is the Seven of Swords and the Eight of Wands. And then the Queen of Swords is also here. The Seven of Swords and the Eight of Wands. There's something that you're seeing with such crystalline clarity. It's just like complete discernment. And discernment is the discernment is like the point where intuition, intelligence, and the sum of your lived experience meets. So all of those things come together and culminate, and then that forms like a clear knowing, or a very deep knowing overall, where you're taking all of those knowings and putting them together. This Seven of Swords is very interesting because there's the 6 swords that are under the ground, much like these roots. And then there's one sword of truth that is seen above ground. It's not coming through as like nefarious, like deception for me. This is more like something, it's like rest on something and let the truth strike you, let it hit you. This could very much happen around like in eclipse season, or around your eclipse specifically. But what they're saying is that like there's been so much forward growth in your perception. There's been so much expansion of consciousness, but it's kind of underground. It's like you don't fully recognize how much truth, wisdom, like all of this, even spiritual gifts for some of you, that you have integrated, how connected you really are. But I feel like there's this one really big truth that is visible, that is going to, it's like, pay attention to that big blatant truth, and it kind of like leads you, it trickles down to show you all of the work that has happened underneath. But spirit is going to this is going to come through to you. You're going to, they're basically saying be open to discerning this. I feel like something about seeing this truth helps you know what your next move is, like what kind of strategy to take moving forwards to align with what you're meant to be in next, essentially, like the next chapter now that this one is closed. Yeah, what you are meant to move towards to build in a practical sense. There's something about this truth, and then you also understanding like all the springs off of that truth, that makes you see like just how vast this network of understanding is and how connected it is to so many things. It makes me think of like the mushroom networks, right? And how they are connected like for miles and miles and miles underground, and they can communicate with one another like very intelligently. There's something about that. You're connected to something kind of magical. You're not quite seeing it yet. It's not totally illuminated, but there's a huge amount of success and recognition that's coming in. Also like very deep emotional fulfillment I'm not seeing you as expecting it, but I think you're still kind of processing and integrating. Again, like you're in this place of gratitude and just kind of recognition for what has come, what got you to where you are, and then allowing yourself to be grateful and to rest and to just be at peace and be proud of yourself and just kind of like soak in the beauty of who you were then and who you've been all the way between and where you are now and what you feel is coming in next. Even if you don't know exactly what that is, you know that something beautiful is coming because you've done this work. You've reached a level of completion, and so you know that something new is going to be coming in. So that's what I see for you, Pisces. That is so beautiful. I love that so much. I love that so much for us. It's beautiful. So congratulations on doing the work. That's amazing. Let me see. You missed the energy work sessions. I was literally just thinking about that I wanted to do one. I don't know if eclipse season is necessarily the best time. I usually don't try to actually like direct eclipse energy. I just kind of let it work through me and have its way with me, you know? But I might do one after eclipse season and whatever integrates, with whatever integration happens with me during that. Pisces moon, Sag sun, Virgo rising. Ooh, all the mutability. I like it. You did L. What is L? L. Over the weekend at a music and art camp out. Ooh, that sounds fun. Psychedelics, yeah, they can be very healing for sure, especially like micro dosing for depression. That's like, it's actually something that they've done a lot of research, and they've started recently, like within the medical community, actually using that, and they've had really great results. But obviously, like, talk to your medical I'm just saying this is research and stuff that's coming out, and it doesn't surprise me at all, because it helps you kind of connect to that, like, again, get past like the noise of this brain, the human brain, and just kind of see the bigger picture, or integrate some of those more like Twilight Zone-y kind of ideas. Disorienting at first, yes. You have to be willing to look at yourself, to see yourself, for sure. You will never, ever, like, have a negative trip as long as you are at peace with yourself and you know that anything that you experience is a part of you, not something that you need to be afraid of. But that's kind of like the reflection of anything that you experience in life, right? Yeah, I agree. They are very safe. They're natural, right? They're natural. I would rather, like, I don't do like chemical drugs. No. When I was in my like early 20s, I had a phase, but no. It was like a rave phase, you know, with ecstasy. That was basically that was it. Anything else, and I'm like, I've never been into anything else. Some FYIs, yeah. There's a hotline similar to the suicide one, but for psychedelics. Interesting. Fireside project. That's interesting. It's very, yeah, it's even super, even if you don't do it yourself, even like reading about people's experiences it's kind of mind bending. Like, it helps you kind of like broaden your perspective. So that's something too. It's kind of similar to like when you read about people's like near death experiences, like where I went when I was dead for however many minutes. It's like things like that. It just kind of helps you shift your perception or broaden your perception. It's just something to chew on. So that kind of thing can help you integrate where you are when you're moving into a whole new experience or phase. But that's what I've got for you guys for this reading. We managed to do it in like 5 hours instead of like 8 or 9. So, oh yeah. But I can't tell you how nice it has felt to hang out with you guys, and how appreciative I am that I have somehow, or you have somehow found me, but like, I still swear that like the coolest people in the world somehow found my little bitty tiny corner of the internet, my obscure corner of YouTube. And I'm so grateful for your presence here. Whether you literally watch one live and, you know, send out like gratitude as an energy exchange or something like that, don't think for a second that I don't feel you, and that I'm not just extremely full of gratitude for each and every one of you. So thank you for being here. I hope that eclipse season is gorgeous. I hope that it rattles the bars of your cage in just enough of a way, or just right, to liberate you, not frighten you, to inspire you, not hold you back, but to show you like what the possibilities are if you choose to leap out into somewhat of an uncomfortable expansion, like how far that can truly take you, because that's what this season is all about. So magic can happen if you are willing to be as okay as possible, like be as comfortable as possible as you can be with the uncomfortable, and just try to go with the flow. So phases of or like themes of surrender are big, and that is a Piscean theme. So I think that we've got this. We've got this, fam. We got this. But I'm going to let you guys go now. I love you so much, and I promise that I will be back soon. And yeah, if you have a request or something that you feel like would be helpful and supportive for the theme of another all signs reading, make sure you drop it in the comments. I am always open to, obviously, like using my gifts to give you what benefits you most. That's kind of like a no-brainer for me. That's why I'm here. So yeah, I love you, and I will talk to you guys again soon. Bye for now.